We would now like to start the Japan Climate Action Summit 2024, hosted by the Japan Climate Initiative. I will serve as moderator today from WWF Japan. My name is Tanaka. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. The applause. The long and harsh summer again this year is over, and at last we are in a season where we can feel a cool breeze. Yet, the average temperature in Japan between June and August hit a record high, as was the case last year. I believe everyone must have felt a sense of crisis in this unusually intense heat. Now, in Japan, discussions are ongoing to formulate the 7th Strategic Energy Plan, which will be the future pathway of Japan's climate change policy, and the next NDC, which will include emission reduction targets for 2035. Under such circumstances, JCI submitted to the Japanese government in July this year a joint statement calling to set the next NDC that is consistent with the 1.5 degrees goal and to design the 7th Strategic Energy Plan to achieve this goal. Now is the time for all non-state actors in society to join hands to reinforce policy and climate change action. In this 7th Japan Climate Action Summit 2024, this is our 7th year, we wish to discuss these important themes with distinguished guests with diverse backgrounds. Please stay with us until the end of the conference. Thank you very much. First, we will call upon Mr. Takejiro Sueyoshi, co-representative of the Japan Climate Initiative, to make an opening remark. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the Japan Climate Action Summit 2024. Thank you very much for the large turnout, both at the venue as well as online. And we are going to receive many video messages later on, and there will be speakers and panelists on the stage at the venue as well. Thank you very much indeed. Now, I think you are aware that the Japanese government is currently discussing measures to promote GX. And a government official gave an update of Japan's GX policy yesterday at a meeting. And a GX policy is going to play a more and more important role in Japan, people concerned say. And of course, I agree with that point. And that is why I am very much interested in Japan's GX promotion policy. And although information is limited, I try to follow up on the situation in Japan as much as possible. And how the discussions are held, as well as the substance of the GX promotion policy, I cannot help but having some concerns about what is going on in Japan in that regard. So far and going forward, I think you will all be involved in GX, and I hope my opening message will be of some use to all of you. The first concern is, why is GX necessary? Why? That is not indicated. What to do? The means. Only the means, what to do. That is the only point that is discussed in Japan, not the why portion, why GX is necessary to begin with. GX has to aim at, for example, CNDC's 2035 CO2 emission reduction target. There are a lot of ambitious targets that have to be achieved, and I think everyone in Japan is of course aware of that. But that part of the discussion is avoided intentionally or maybe not. But only the what part of the discussion is taking place, and 1.5 degrees goal is very difficult to achieve, and that is taken for granted. And we have no choice but to have ambitious goals, and that is why the ambitious goals have to be indicated, notified to the citizens in advance, and the country as a whole should aggregate its capability to discuss as much as possible. And there are a lot of difficult topics, and we have to discuss first. We cannot postpone and push back important matters. And the second concern I have is there is no commitment to policy outcome. GX promotion law preamble says that the industrial structure based on fossil fuel will be transferred to GX, and this is a major transition of post-war energy policy. That is what it says in the GX promotion law preamble. But industrial structure and the social structure transformation, transition, what that is going to be like in the case of Japan, I cannot know. And Japanese industry and economy, how are they going to compete going forward? And Japanese society, to support that, what does the Japanese society have to be? These important topics are not discussed with Japanese citizens, but still 150 trillion yen is allocated and invested to promote the activity of the private sector, but the ultimate goal is not clear. And without a clear vision of the ultimate goal, we cannot have a clear commitment to the outcome. Investment plan without commitment does not include foresight. So private companies, without committing to outcome, will you decide upon ambitious target? And the third concern I have is currently GX promotion policy is not a comprehensive policy that aims at GX. I must say that it's just a policy that leverages certain industries. It's just a traditional industrial policy. That is the third concern I have. And if that is the case, in the near future of Japan is endangered. And the climate policy I have in mind is, first of all, clean energy, and then industrial structure, and then economy. After that comes a changing consumers' behavior, and society as a whole would have to be transformed. And ultimately, we have to construct a net zero sustainable society. That's the objective of a climate policy, and for that we need a comprehensive policy. Comprehensive policy is indeed the true climate policy, I think. Now, why do I have these concerns? The background behind this is the fact that climate policy is based on the fact that there's a danger of climate destruction. On October 8th, C3S was announced by EU Copernicus report. And according to that report, this year the temperature was much higher than last year, and this year is expected to be the hottest summer ever, and 1.62 degrees increase has taken place up until September of this year, much higher than 1.5 degrees agreed upon in the Paris Agreement. And we struggled a lot in this extreme heat. And temperature, a number of people suffering from a heat stroke, these were the only matters discussed in Japan. Why is this problem occurring? What is the cause? How do we have to solve? Well, that part of the discussion is not taking place in Japan. I take a look at BBC and CNN TV every day, and regularly experts talk about climate change on these TV programs. On the other hand, UN Secretary General Guterres said a deadly heat wave. And ILO mentioned that the current situation is like a silent killer. And these warnings are raised by the international community, and there's a big gap between the international community as well as the current situation in Japan, not enough sense of crisis in Japan. And the climate crisis is worsening in front of us, and the GX Implementation Council started in Japan the day before last, and 150 trillion yen investment plan was announced under the GX promotion law, and in April of this year, GX 2040 vision was announced by the Japanese government. So the Japanese government is coming up with a lot of these vigorous and forward-looking policies, but a sense of crisis is lacking in Japan. I'm the only person who has this kind of concern. And a growth-oriented carbon pricing, GX is one of the main policies by the Japanese government. It's still in the test stage. And the CO2 reduction targets are only voluntary targets, and no penalties exist. And at last, discussions have started on the possibility of mandating participation, but we must wait until fiscal year 2026 until it's scheduled full-fledged start. It is called growth-oriented, but there is no serious consideration of CO2 emission reduction, I wonder. On the other hand, the preceding EU ETS, on the other hand, began 20 years ago in 2005 with a stringent total volume cap, reduction, obligations, and penalties. By being stringent in the case of the EU leveraged its sense of urgency about climate change and introduced a system faster and stricter than anywhere else. That, I think, is the leadership strategy of the EU. It is no surprise that there is a widening gap between the EU and countries like Japan that push back tough things as much as possible. And not enough concern about international trend in the case of Japan, and Japan is just considerate of the domestic situation. It seems as though we're heading towards isolationism. And we are overly concerned about continuing to use coal-fired power plants. And 30% of electricity used in Japan is coal. 1882 in London, the first coal-fired power plant was established in the UK by Edison. And ever since then, in the UK, in the mid-20th century, most of electricity was from coal-fired power plants. But 2015, a decision was taken in the UK to phase out all coal-fired power stations in 10 years, and on September 30th, just 2 weeks ago, the last coal-fired power plant closed a year ahead of schedule. This is the first accomplishment by a G7 country. What do you all think of the differences with Japan, which continues to be bound by coal? My impression is that Japan is talking about dream technologies for the distant future and using this as an excuse not to join the international trend. The climate crisis demands immediate and effective CO2 emission reductions today and tomorrow. If the GX drive is an attempt to cover up this inaction, our country will be an outlier in the world. And we must not forget the fact that ultimate goal is to construct a sustainable society. This is the largest social reform after the World War, and for that, a national consensus is indispensable. And for that, stakeholders, experts, not only within the inner circle. Discussion must not be closed only within the inner circle, but immediately after Fukushima earthquake, Chancellor Merkel, former Chancellor Merkel of Germany, set up the Ethics Commission for Secure Energy Provision. And this commission consists of 70 members, purposely excluding those involved in nuclear power, but including a wide range of stakeholders from society, such as philosophers and church officials. And this Ethics Commission began its discussions with society's fundamental values about the state of energy and society. It is indeed enviable. But there is hope. In Japan, the JCI stands as a platform for national discussion. Since its founding, JCI has been the voice of various non-state actors who share a sense of crisis and urgency. There are 125 members as of today, both at home and abroad. Now is the time for JCI to show its true capability. I hope that my concerns end up in a needless worry. I wish to close my opening remarks by hoping that today's JCAS 2024 will serve as a starting point in bringing about the kind of climate policy that Japan really needs. Thank you very much for your kind attention. This was an opening remark by Mr. Tsuyoshi, co-representative of the JCI. Next, we have two messages from overseas. First is a person who leads the Global Non-State Actors Initiative toward Net Zero, UN Climate Change High-Level Champion for COP29, Ms. Nigal Albadalai, and U.S. Senior Advisor to the President for International Climate Policy, Mr. John Podesta. And Mr. Podesta's video has Japanese subtitles, so there will be no simultaneous interpretation. And Mr. Podesta's video was taken before the Japanese LDP presidential election, so you will hear names of former Japanese government members. Thank you for your understanding.
Ladies and gentlemen, dear participants of Japan Climate Action Summit, it's an honor to address this distinguished gathering at the Japan Climate Action Summit. I regret that I couldn't be there in person, but I'm grateful for this opportunity to share my message virtually. As UN Climate Change High-Level Champion for COP29, alongside my wonderful colleague Razan Al-Mubarak, we have the privilege of leading the Race to Zero campaign. I want to take the opportunity to recognize and thank the leadership of the Japan Climate Initiative, being one of the first partners from Asia that joined the campaign. Japan is at the forefront of the global shift towards a net zero, nature-positive and resilient economy. It's inspiring to witness such a strong commitment to sustainability, with Japan setting the pace for others to follow. It's remarkable to know that 768 companies in Japan have aligned their goals with the Science-Based Target Initiative, positioning the nation as a true leader in the race to zero. Japan's pioneering role in nature-related financial disclosures is another point of pride. By 2025, 117 organizations will be participating in Task Force for Nature-Related Financial Disclosures, reflecting a deep dedication to integrating nature into business and financial decisions like no other country. What is more, Japan is leading by example in policy advocacy. Over 215 organizations united through the Japan Climate Initiative have called for ambitious climate goals, including the phase-out of coal-fired power generations by 2035. It's incredible to witness this collective movement pushing for a bold, forward-thinking energy strategy. It's great to see Japan's unwavering commitment to sustainability, not only advancing its own progress, but inspiring the world to join in building a cleaner, greener future. As we look ahead, the path is clear, the opportunities for leadership are vast, and the need for bold action has never been greater. The commitments you have made are significant, but as the signatories to your July letter remind us, there is always room to go further and faster. Last year at COP28, we saw a global commitment to transition away from fossil fuels with a focus on tripling renewable energy and doubling energy efficiency. Achieving this will require collaboration across businesses, financial institutions, universities, and governments. It demands that we all move from making net zero pledges to implementing comprehensive transition plans and, crucially, using your voice to call for ambitious climate policy. Race to Zero was proud to highlight the leadership story of Sony this year, recognized by Influence Map for its advocacy and strong climate policy. This is a testament to the power of influence that exists in this room. You all have the ability to shape outcomes that benefit business, peoples, and planet. With just a few weeks left until COP29, I urge you to focus on two key priorities. First, I'm working with the SME Climate Hub and Race to Zero partners to mobilize 10,000 SMEs into the race by COP29. I encourage you to support this goal, and if you represent a large multinational firm, to help future-proof the SMEs in your supply chain. Second, I am seeking to spotlight impact makers, those climate innovators, entrepreneurs, and leaders driving high-impact solutions globally. I invite you to showcase your innovation and leadership as part of this movement. Together, we can not only meet but exceed our climate goals. Your leadership, your voice, and your actions are crucial to creating a future that is sustainable, resilient, and prosperous for all. Thank you.
Thank you to Japan Climate Initiative and co-representative Sue Ayoshi for inviting me to speak to you all today. And I wish I could be there with you in person in Tokyo. In March, I traveled to Japan to meet with government, business, and civil society leaders on how our two nations can and must work together on tackling climate change and building a clean energy future. Because the truth is the climate crisis is already here. July 22nd of this year was the hottest day ever recorded by humans. And over the past few months, we've seen the consequences around the globe, from torrential storms and hurricanes in the southeastern United States to flooding in Central and West Africa that killed more than 1,000, to horrifying fires in the Amazon, to catastrophic typhoons in Japan, China, and Southeast Asia. It's why President Biden has treated climate change as an existential threat since his first day in office. He rejoined the Paris Agreement, set an ambitious national target for cutting emissions by 50 to 52% below 2005 levels by 2030, and then backed that goal up with action by signing the Inflation Reduction Act, the largest investment in clean energy and climate action in history. The Inflation Reduction Act puts us on a path to reach our climate goals. It targets emissions reductions in every sector: power, buildings, transportation, industry, agriculture, and forestry. And it builds a clean energy economy with a government-enabled but private sector-led approach. The law's clean energy tax credits provide 10-plus years of policy certainty for companies, incentivizing them to think bigger, go faster, and make long-term decisions. And it's working. Since President Biden took office, the private sector has announced more than $425 billion in clean energy investments in the United States. More than $270 billion have been announced in just the past 2 years since the Inflation Reduction Act was signed, creating more than 330,000 good-paying jobs. Japanese companies are among those making new investments in the United States. For example, Toyota is building a $14 billion EV battery plant in North Carolina. Itochu struck a deal last year with Meta to supply wind power from Texas, and Mitsubishi is leveraging the Inflation Reduction Act to save their customers money on heat pumps. The United States is making these historic investments because it's the right thing for the planet and for people. Direct, targeted investment in workers and communities are woven into the fabric of the Inflation Reduction Act. The law offers 5 times the incentives to companies who pay their workers prevailing wage and use registered apprenticeships, and it offers bonus credits for citing clean energy projects in low-income communities and in traditional energy communities where workers have powered our nation with fossil fuels for over a century. That strategy is working. According to analysis from the U.S. Department of Treasury, 75% of clean energy investments since the Inflation Reduction Act has passed have been in counties with lower than medium household incomes. And clean energy investments in energy communities have doubled in the past 2 years. We're proud of our progress in the United States, but the Inflation Reduction Act isn't just about us. It's designed to help the entire world accelerate the transition to clean energy. The Boston Consulting Group projects that the Inflation Reduction Act will drive down the cost of certain clean energy technologies by as much as 25%, helping speed deployment across the globe. And for every ton of CO2 reduced in the U.S. because of the Inflation Reduction Act, we'll reduce up to 2.9 tons of CO2 outside the United States. We know that climate change is a global problem that requires a global approach. That's why at COP28, Vice President Kamala Harris announced that the United States is joining the world in committing to doubling energy efficiency and tripling renewable energy capacity by 2030. At COP28, we also joined the Powering Past Coal Alliance, pledging no new unabated coal plants and to phase out existing unabated coal plants. The U.S. has not built a new coal plant in over a decade and is on track to close more than half of its peak unabated capacity in the next several years. We're committed to working with our allies and partners across the world, including Japan, to get the job done on climate. The United States and Japan are in a position to lead the charge for climate action globally because of our signature clean energy laws. Japan's GX promotion law, like the Inflation Reduction Act, takes a government-enabled but private sector-led approach. Both laws make big public investments to incentivize the private sector to build out clean energy through tax credits in the IRA and through the Green Transformation Fund in the GX. Our two nations need to work together to maximize the impact of these laws. My team is already working with Minister Saito and his team at METI to share best practices and lessons learned between Japan and the U.S. We need to make sure the private sector is taking us up on the incentives we're offering by creating direct channels for feedback with companies and encouraging them to prioritize workers and communities. We need to leverage our development finance institutions to attract the private sector investment we need. In the United States, the Development Finance Corporation has invested nearly $1 billion into solar supply chain manufacturing and diversification, and see enormous opportunities to expand their work in East Asia. We need to harness the enormous innovative capacity of our two nations to develop new climate solutions and scale the technologies we need to achieve net zero, where we're taking as much carbon out of the atmosphere as we're putting into it by mid-century. And we need to work together to build secure and sustainable clean energy supply chains globally and reduce our collective reliance on China, which still dominates the market for several key clean energy technologies, including critical minerals and batteries. It's why the U.S. and Japan signed a critical minerals agreement in March 2023 to strengthen and diversify those supply chains and promote the adoption of EV battery technologies. It's why Japan announced in April that it would join the U.S. floating offshore wind shot. And it's why growing our clean industrial bases in the U.S. and Japan is a good thing for both of our nations and for the entire world. We all envision a future that's safer, cleaner, more equitable, and more prosperous. No one nation can make it happen. But as long as the U.S. and Japan continue to work together to encourage private investment, spark innovation, and build clean, secure, sustainable supply chains, that vision will soon become our collective reality. Thank you, and I wish you a good conference.
These were messages from two distinguished leaders engaged in international climate action, and encouraging message for Japan, and it indicates that we have to accelerate our action. And JCI member Sony Group is one of the climate action leaders, and they received an interview from UN Race for Zero, and that interview is now disclosed and available on JCI's website. Please feel free to look at the interview. Next is a keynote speech by Mr. Selwin Hart, Special Advisor to the UN Secretary General on Climate Action and Just Transaction. And he is working on promoting international climate ambition. And for the summit today, there is a pre-recorded video message. And there are Japanese subtitles in the video, so there is no simultaneous interpretation. Hopes towards solving climate issues and what he expects from Japanese leadership. Please listen to Mr. Hart's message.
Excellencies, distinguished participants, colleagues, and friends. I want to thank the Japan Climate Initiative for hosting this summit and for giving me this opportunity to share some reflections with you. This year's summit comes at a critical moment in our fight against the climate crisis. The window of opportunity to keep the 1.5-degree limit within reach and prevent the worst impacts of the climate crisis is almost closed. At current levels of warming, we are already witnessing unprecedented extreme weather events in cities, countries, and continents across our planet. But there is hope. There has never been greater clarity and convergence around what needs to be done, by whom, and over what time frame to avoid a climate catastrophe. And we have the technologies, solutions, and know-how to supercharge the clean energy transition. Renewables and battery storage have never been cheaper or more accessible. As the Secretary General has said, a future without fossil fuels is now certain, but a fair and fast transition is not. This is in our hands. Friends, the world is expecting leadership from Japan in two areas. First, leadership by example. The next generation of nationally determined contributions or national climate plans due in 2025 represent an unprecedented opportunities for countries to align their national energy strategies and economic development priorities with their climate ambitions. They must align with the 1.5-degree limit, cover the whole economy and all greenhouse gases, and contribute to every one of the COP28 global energy transition goals. The G7 and other OECD countries must lead the charge, committing to no new coal and upstream oil and gas projects now, phasing out coal by 2030, and fully decarbonizing the power mix by 2035. As Japan formulates its 7th Basic Energy Plan and new NDC, it must demonstrate to the world what a good 1.5 aligned NDC and energy transition plan look like. As one of the few remaining OECD countries without a coal phase-out date, and with a new coal power project under consideration, Japan must urgently pivot away from entrenching coal and gas lock-in and instead support the rollout of renewables and storage domestically, regionally, and internationally. Second, we need leadership on fixing finance and ensuring a just and fair transition. Clean energy investments in developing and emerging economies outside of China remain stuck at 2015 levels. These countries represent 2/3 of the global population and attracted a mere 15% of clean energy investments last year. Most of the developing world is being left behind in the race to net zero, drowning in debt, locked at the bottom of global value chains, and being battered by climate chaos. As a major bilateral donor and shareholder of the multilateral development banks, the leadership of Japan is needed more than ever to advance the bold reforms needed to build a financial architecture fit to deliver on the Sustainable Development Goals and the Paris Agreement. We need a global financial system that is part of the solution rather than one that continues to incentivize planetary destruction and fails to allocate affordable finance to the places that need it most. Friends, every city, region, industry, financial institution, and company must also be part of the solution. By COP30 next year, they must also present robust, credible 1.5 aligned transition plans in line with the recommendations of the UN high-level expert group on net zero. Plans that cover emissions across the entire value chain, that include interim targets and transparent verification processes, and that stay clear of the dubious carbon offsets that erode public trust while doing nothing or little to help the climate. Excellencies, this moment of truth demands nothing short of maximum ambition, acceleration, and cooperation. The United Nations is all in. We will continue to work tirelessly to help build trust, find solutions, convene stakeholders, and inspire the cooperation our world desperately needs. I thank you.
Mr. Hart, thank you very much for a video message. Japan has to face various challenges and very well summarized by Mr. Hart's powerful message. Next year in Azerbaijan, Baku, COP29 will be held, and it's a good opportunity for us non-state actors to show how we intend to respond to such expectation. About 80 people are scheduling to attend from JCI, and we are scheduling to have a local event. And if you are not able to go to Azerbaijan, from Japan as well, please focus on what kind of presentations and events will take place. Next, we wish to call upon our distinguished guest to say a few words. Thank you very much, Your Excellency. Ambassador Jean-Éric Paquet of the European Union to Japan for attending today out of your busy schedule. Please come onto the stage.
European
Union, be it targets as well as policies, in many ways, EU is leading the world at many levels. So we would like to learn from Ambassador Paquet what is happening in EU right now and what may be the expectation of Japan. Thank you very much, and good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you very much for your kind invitation. A very impressive gathering of actors in climate here in Japan. You play an absolutely decisive role in bringing the climate agenda forward here in Japan, but also in connection with many partners you all have around the world. And I would maybe start by saying, don't leave climate policy to us diplomats or administrators. It is really non-state actors and society which need to design with the administration and with political leadership the climate agenda. So the summit is indeed, as many said before me, particularly important. Suigochi-san, you, I think, said it all about the deepening climate crisis. And I think it is fair to say that the NDCs, which need to be updated in 2025, will need more than an update. If we take the collective NDCs today, they are not delivering what we need, which is 42–43% CO2 reduction by 2030, allowing us to keep the Paris goal of 1.5 degrees alive. So the exercise of the update of the NDCs next year is particularly important, is absolutely critical. And the European Union will, of course, also update its own NDCs. I'll come back to it in a moment. The transformation of our economies and societies is going to be more challenging than ever. And as the climate crisis has deepened already, the space for incremental change and solutions is being reduced by the day. And in fact, it is more disruptions which become the norm of policy making and the reality, of course, also of climate change. And I think it is therefore particularly important for Europe and also other actors around the world to continue ambitiously in delivering their climate policies. There's a lot of debate also in Japan on where the European Union stands today on its climate policy agenda. This is due in part to the very intense debates which took place around the European Union election. We have now a change of leadership still in progress in Brussels. And it is true that during this election, many have underlined the impact which these policies are having or will have on our societies, on our industries. And that reflects the fact that we have between 2019 and 2024 at European Union level put in place a large set of regulatory instruments, including a climate law, which mandates a 55% reduction by 2030, instruments also for research, for investments, accompanying industrial transformation. The reality of 2024 is that indeed this framework is starting to show its effects. And I will come back to the very steep emission reduction taking place in Europe as I speak. But that also, of course, comes with impact on actors, on industries, and change is indeed happening, some disruptions as well. So combined to that political debate, we also had a long discussion in Europe on our economy, our society, but our economy particularly, and our competitiveness, our capacity to generate enough resources, economic growth particularly, to fund, invest and sustain our ambitions, be it in security, be it in maintaining our social fabric, but also particularly on the climate agenda. And this was particularly well captured in the Draghi report, the former chairman of the European Central Bank and former Prime Minister of Italy made available just a few weeks ago, and which is indeed a very lucid analysis, but also a very important set of recommendations to Europe's leaders and institutions and member states to invest much better in our capacity to create that wealth to invest in our transformations. So the Draghi report has sometimes been analyzed and presented, including here in Tokyo, as an indication that Europe will not be able to, or maybe will not want to, continue on its climate transformation. And I would like to dispel this afternoon this misunderstanding. I think what Mario Draghi says is that indeed we need to ensure that our productivity is profoundly improved, and there are very many measures and investments which will be required for that, and precisely to ensure that we can indeed continue to invest in these European transformations, climate included. He also makes the case, and this has always been at the heart of the European Green Deal, that our climate policy is also our industrial and economic policy. This was said back in 2019, was not necessarily always at the forefront of the discussions. We were focusing on legislation. But for Mario Draghi, the investment we have been doing, our industries have been doing, we have been doing also politically, and also the change and disruption which already happened needs to be continued. We are in the middle of the road, so to speak, and Europe has all interest from all aspects to continue indeed on that road of transformation. And if I now look at the agenda of European leaders, the political guidelines of the European Commission, which is essentially the European government, as you know, the guidelines presented and supported by the European Parliament, we are staying the course. In fact, this is easy to an extent because it's in legislation. So it is not as if we now have many options to just do something very different. Europeans decided over the last 5 years that this is the way we will go. And we have put in place frameworks, including also financial instruments, to ensure that across all sectors, agriculture, land use, forestry, obviously also hard to abate industries, the energy sector, transport, we have targets and instruments which ensure that across society, all actors have a clear roadmap and can work on that transformation. And that legislative and regulatory framework is here and there. And in fact, what the European Commission recommends is to go one step further. And in order to make 2030 even more effective, to already set out the next target by 2040. And I think you're aware that the recommendation of the European Commission, this will need to be endorsed by European leaders on the one hand and by the European Parliament, so there will be a lot of work in the coming months, is to start working on 2040 and a 90% reduction by 2040. And here again, the idea is not to have an aspiration for 2040, but to set out a path, including with adding the 90% reduction target in our climate law and working across all sectors to ensure that the instruments are progressively put in place, that that target of 2040 can be delivered. With that, we confirm 2030. With that, many measures which also impact already industry and society by 2035 and beyond will be further clarified, allowing changes to be planned, investments to be prepared, and these changes to be then properly deployed. This is not an easy exercise, and I think everybody knows that. There is no one in Europe, including no one in our world, those of non-state actors, which doesn't acknowledge it. This has costs. This has also tremendous impact on workers, on society, obviously on industries. But there is still today in European public opinion more than an overwhelming sense, 90% of Europeans believe that we need to address climate change. And yes, of course, now addressing it means changes for themselves, around themselves, in their companies, in their cities, in the way they move around. That is not easy and that is hotly debated, contested occasionally also. But overall, the sentiment remains that we need to tackle it as Europeans, and with that maybe also provide a bit of a blueprint, together with many others, as we heard this morning, of how that acceleration of policy frameworks and changes in industry, economy and society need to take place. Now I will allow myself to ignore the sign and take 2 more minutes, if I can, just to give you a very short snapshot of what is happening on the ground, because that also I think is a little bit a source sometimes of ambiguity in the debate here in terms of CO2 reductions. I mean, this is happening now fast in Europe. We are now at 37% of reductions as compared to 1990, and in fact between 2022 and 2023 we had an increase of 8.5% of emission reductions. That's the latest data, still to be consolidated, but available already. So the impact is very significant. This is largely due to the emission trading system, which has promoted also very significant reductions, both in the energy sector, but also in industry. And we have seen, therefore, progress really across the board. We have, for example, seen a deep development in renewable energies in Europe. As I think many of you know, you are connected to that conversation. And we are today only relying to 32% for fossil fuels for electricity in Europe, with an increase, I think now of 15 or 18% in the last year. So we are off non-fossil sources of electricity. Now, a lot more remains to be done. The emission trading system will in 2027 go much further. Today it covers more or less 48% of our economy. It will now cover also housing, transport and small industrial installations, and we will move to 75% of coverage, whilst at the same time reducing free emissions and therefore driving carbon signals to the next level. And that will in itself, of course, ensure that we accelerate the signals and that the industry has the framework under which it can indeed continue its transformation and do the needed investments. With that, of course, comes also the introduction of the carbon border adjustment mechanism, I think well known of our partners, not in place yet. The discussion is ongoing. We had a particularly good dialogue with Japan a few weeks ago on carbon pricing and with many other partners around the world. So I very much hope that carbon pricing will not be needed for many of the partners which will have introduced equivalent carbon pricing by 26, 27, 28. But that is, of course, also part of the setup, allowing our industries to ensure that they remain broadly on a level playing field as they do these key transformations driven by deep carbon pricing in Europe. A lot more can be said, obviously, but I hope that with these few elements, I gave you a sense of where we are. I think you will see a lot of discussions in Europe and possibly adjustments as well. For example, we just decided to postpone by 1 year the regulation on deforestation. This is not immediately a climate measure, but it of course connects to carbon sinks across the world. 1 year of postponement, but no change of substance, because it was clear that this far-reaching measure has far-reaching impacts on societies and economies of our partners, and that more time was needed for preparation. I don't exclude that on the 2030 target for car emissions, so in principle the end of the fossil fuel engine in 2035, there will be some adjustments. And indeed the Commission President has asked the Commission to work on e-fuels as a niche potential under that. So these type of adjustments certainly will take place, but the key measures of the road to 55% reduction and the additional measures which would come with the 90% reduction are very much the ones which you know, which were agreed and which will now be implemented, with of course particular attention on societal impacts and resources to deal with them, and particular attention on our competitiveness and on our industry's future. And this, I think, and I finish with that, is quite a good space where Japan and Europe can productively work together on that agenda. Thank you very much.
パケ大使ありがとうご
Thank
ざいまし
you,
た。
Your Excellency, Ambassador Paquet, for your speech.
コミットメント
EU's
そこから生まれる政府のリーダーシップ
indomitable commitment and leadership, as well as the non-state actors' track record to reduce emission. These were the impressions I think we have from your powerful message, and it indicates there's much more at stake in Japan. And we have been able to receive many messages from global leaders. And let us now move on to the panel discussion Frontier of Climate Action 2024. Panelists for session 1, could you please come onto the stage?
セッション1はですね
Session 1.
気候変動政策を変える JCI メッセージ
The theme for session 1 is Change Japan's Climate Policy Towards Realization of the JCI's Role. From companies, youth organizations, universities, we have panelists from various backgrounds. And we are getting the stage prepared, and we have on the stage, from your right-hand side,
日本若者協議会セリガノルナさん
campaigner, Japan Youth Conference, Ms. Runa Serigano, Professor Masafumi Hikima of Sophia University, and Mr. Shoji Kusumoto from Panasonic Operational Excellence. And online, we have with us Mr. Ollie Wilson from the Climate Group. Moderator is Ms. Hiroko Kuniya, journalist. Ms. Kuniya, please start the panel discussion. This is Kunya speaking. I will serve as moderator for panel discussion session 1 from the US and from the EU. There was Ambassador Paquet, many stimulating and encouraging messages. Thank you very much. And it seems as though Japan really has to accelerate our endeavors. And what should we do? That is the impression I have. And my heart is full of that impression. And 2024 July, JCI, with the endorsement of 2016 organization, sent out a very strong message to the Japanese government. And the message is based on international consensus. Japan's goal has to be ambitious enough to be consistent with the global 1.5 degrees goal. That was the request made to the Japanese government by JCI. And we have 4 panelists on stage today. And global consensus of 1.5 degrees. Japan has come up with an ambitious goal that is consistent with that. And in order for us to tread that pathway, what should we do? What are the challenges? And what is requested from us to do? From your respective positions, these are the topics we would like to discuss. We hope to have an in-depth discussion. And in starting this session 1, I want to, if I may, give you some background information. And Mr. Sueyoshi mentioned that climate change is a silent killer. In August of this year, in Nagoya District Court, in order to survive tomorrow, young people filed a lawsuit to the Nagoya District Court. And thus far in Japan, litigation concerning climate crisis surrounding residents requested to suspend construction for coal-fired power plants. These kinds of litigations did exist in Japan, but this time, the litigation that occurred this year is by a 15-year-old junior high student up to 29 years old, 16 plaintiffs filed a complaint to the Nagoya District Court, and they are claiming that JERA is the largest coal-fired power plant company, and 7 utility companies in total. 33% of Japan's CO2 emission comes from these entities. And this is a complaint to reduce CO2 emission compared with 2019, 48% reduction by 2030, and by 2035, 65%, more than 65% or more CO2 emission reduction was claimed. International consensus is 1.5 degrees, and Japan has to reduce CO2 in line with the 1.5 degrees goal. That was the claim made by the Youth Climate Case Japan. And this was an unprecedentedly large litigation made by plaintiffs in Japan. And the numbers I just mentioned, IPCC is reporting, and in COP28, the numbers were confirmed to come up with the goals, and Japan has to have a goal that's consistent with this international goal. And 10 companies of Japan emitting the most CO2 of Japan would have to comply with and abide by these goals. That is what the plaintiffs are saying. And climate change is worsening rapidly, and young people are in a serious sense of crisis, and that I think is why they made filed this complaint to the Nagara District Court. And we have to, as adults, take this situation very seriously. And decarbonization and climate change measures, they were regarded as being environmental measures before, but in Europe and so forth, there are climate litigations. And the plaintiffs won in many of these litigations, which illustrates that this is a human rights issue. Climate change is a human rights issue, not only an environmental issue. Now, the aspirations of the young generations were illustrated in the litigation filed this year, but unfortunately, the climate change measures of Japan are extremely slow. We have no choice but to say that 2015 zero emission, 2050 is zero emission, and from 2020 to 2030, during this decade, is the moment of truth. We've always been saying this, but we only have less than 6 years until 2030, and still we do not have a clear pathway towards decarbonization in Japan. And we are the opposite of the global trend. And there were lectures from the United States, as well as Ambassador Paquet mentioned. There's a significant increase in solar energy, and renewable energy is introduced in other parts of the world, but not in Japan. And renewable energy-related investment is not expanding, but rather declining in Japan, according to some reports. And currently, extremely important discussions are ongoing. 2025 February, Japan has to announce its new NDC, and the 7th Strategic Energy Plan will be the basis of the new NDC. And METI, Agency for Natural Resources and Energy, and other government institutions are discussing about these topics. But if you take a look at the presentation materials and other reference materials distributed, it says that there's uncertainty of energy supply. That is what is emphasized in Japan's discussion. And fossil fuel and other diverse source of energy would have to be procured, and the nuclear power plants need to be expanded and continuously used. Many committee members are saying that in Japan, on the other hand, we have to rush to increase use of renewable energy, which is not discussed so much, unfortunately, in Japan. Therefore, when it comes to how we have to proceed with our discussions going forward and the new strategic energy plan, what is it going to be like? We have no choice but to have these kinds of concerns. And above all, I think I say this every year, climate change, climate crisis, the strong will of the government is not visible, is not clearly recognizable in Japan. And new Prime Minister Ishiba, in his policy speech, also did not include this kind of a strong message. And the presidential election on the 21st, unfortunately, climate change policies are not the main issues discussed by the politicians who are to participate in the general election. And 1.5 degrees goal, the deadline is approaching. And if tipping point is in between 1.5 degrees and 2 degrees, the irreversible tipping point. Many experts are repeatedly indicating so, and we have to sincerely tackle this issue, and the sincerity is not apparent, not visible in the case of Japan. And we have 4 panelists in session 1, and Japan has to come up with an ambitious goal that is consistent with the 1.5 degrees goal, and we have to have concrete actions towards decarbonization. And for that, what are the challenges and what should we do? These are the points we would like to discuss from your respective positions. Now, I would like you to make an opening remark one by one. From your respective positions, what are the challenges you're facing? First, from London, I think you're in London, Climate Group, RE100. Mr. Oli Wilson, could you please start your remarks?
Hello, everyone. Hopefully you can all hear me. It's a privilege to be here today speaking on such an important topic at such a crucial time in Japan's national energy journey. I want to say a big thank you to REI and JCI for putting on this session today and inviting RE100 into the conversation alongside such an esteemed panel of speakers. So to introduce myself, my name is Oli Wilson and I'm head of RE100 at Climate Group. The RE100 is a global initiative bringing together the world's most influential businesses committed to 100% renewable electricity. And our mission is to drive change towards zero carbon grids globally by 2040. And we do this by working in different countries around the world and working with policymakers to accelerate that transition to clean renewable energy. If I could have my first slide shown, please. So just to mention a little bit about RE100, there are over 430 companies that have joined the RE100 campaign globally. And together they consume over 569 terawatt hours a year. So that is enough renewable electricity demand to be a G7 country. So it's bigger than the likes of France and Germany in terms of electricity demand. Now, specifically on Japan, RE100 had its first Japanese headquartered member join in 2017, and this was RICO. And that was soon after we had formalized the partnership with Japan Climate Leaders Partnership, so JCLP. So from 2017 to now, we've grown significantly and have 88 Japanese headquartered companies representing 65 terawatt hours of electricity consumption. And all of these companies have committed to being 100% renewable in their own operations. The demand for renewable energy from companies in Japan is huge. The only country with more RE100 members reporting operations is the USA. And just on that comparison between the USA and Japan, members in USA find it far easier to procure renewable energy. On average, they procure 66% of their electricity consumption from renewable energy. In Japan, that is only 25%. And it's very commonly reported to us that Japan is either the most or second most challenging market to buy renewable energy in for the companies in our membership. Most challenging. Now, specifically for the energy situation in Japan, we're on the verge of a very key moment. So if you look back previously and in the past, Japan has been a country that's been very heavily dependent on fossil fuels. It's the country that imports the most LNG gas in the world and is one of the top 5 dirtiest grids in terms of emissions in the world. And this heavy dependence on imported fossil fuels is holding back Japan's energy transition and Japan's energy security. And currently, Japan is missing that opportunity to unleash renewables. And this is mainly down to unfavorable policies. However, as I said, we're on the verge of a key moment. And now into the future, Japan has a huge opportunity before it to transition to renewable energy. And as you can see on the screen, the untapped renewable energy potential is huge. And just purely from offshore wind is modeled to provide over 1.7 times more electricity than Japan's energy supply. So the potential there is massive. And seizing this opportunity to transition to renewable energy will bring many big benefits. I mentioned energy security. There's the economic benefit by reducing the fossil fuel imports and mobilizing investment into Japan's renewable energy industry. And then finally, job creation. The Japan Wind Power Association estimates 350,000 jobs can be created in the wind sector alone. Now, global attention is on Japan. Japan currently has the lowest share of renewable energy out of the G7 countries. Japan has led the world in numerous technological feats, but to remain globally competitive, it must keep pace with renewables now. On to my next slide, please. RE100 members strongly encourage the Japanese government to deliver greater ambition in its upcoming renewable energy plans. What you see on screen, we formally launched these recommendations at the end of June earlier this year. And Japan must seize the opportunity of renewable energy, take action to stabilize the grid and reduce renewable energy costs. And the RE100 Japan policy recommendations that you see on the screen, these outline tangible steps on how this can be done. I'll just briefly touch on them. So the first recommendation was to implement policies promoting transparent and fair electricity prices, aiming to improve the cost effectiveness of renewable electricity generation and pricing. The second recommendation, and potentially the most key one, was to establish a target to triple installed renewable energy capacity from 121 gigawatts in 2022 to 363 gigawatts by 2035 at the latest. And the reason for doing this is to grow Japan's renewable energy industry and increase the domestic supply of renewables. The third recommendation was to improve access to physical and virtual corporate power purchase agreements, so PPAs, by streamlining processes and removing barriers for buyers and suppliers. The fourth recommendation that we had was to prioritize grid upgrades and operational improvements to speed up the connection time for new renewable projects, and also to maximize usage of existing renewable to avoid curtailment that often happens. The fifth recommendation was to mobilize around 18 trillion yen in public and private investment from 2025 to 2030 towards renewable electricity and related technologies. And then the final recommendation we had was to simplify non-fossil certificates, NFCs, the issuing, tracking and certifying system to better align with international standards. And to wrap up, if I could go on to my final slide, please. Thank you. So as I mentioned at the start, we're at a key point in Japan's energy transition. The 7th Strategic Energy Plan is currently being drafted, and Japan needs to lay down its NDC, its nationally determined contribution, in the next few months as well. So on the global stage, at COP28, Japan was one of over 130 countries to commit to tripling global installed renewable energy capacity by 2030 from 2022 levels. And this is a great commitment to see, and it's an important step in aligning with 1.5 degrees. And Japan recommitted to this goal at the G7 meeting in April of this year, alongside potential coal phase out. So the main takeaway from our recommendations, and the first thing that our members are calling on the Japanese government to do, is to now take that commitment of tripling renewables into the 7th Strategic Energy Plan, and by setting a target for Japan to triple its renewable capacity from 121 gigawatts in 2022 to 363 gigawatts by 2035 at the latest. Those overall policy recommendations for Japan that I mentioned on the last slide, they were pushed for by over 430 RE100 members, including over 60 who put their logos on a public sign-on statement which was sent to METI, which you can see on the slide. We do want to discuss this further with METI and the Ministry of Environment. And now is the time for Japan to step up on its ambition on renewables and ultimately seize the economic opportunity of the 21st century. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Wilson, for your message. RE100 member Japanese companies is second after US. On the other hand, these companies, it's very challenging to procure renewable energy in Japan. That was one of the points I mentioned in his message. Japan, towards 2035, what we have to do the most. Various recommendations were indicated, but above all, in tripling renewable energy capacity, that I think was the point most emphasized. Why is this most important? I think you've been discussing with many companies. Why is this the most important point, the tripling renewable energy capacity?
Yeah, it definitely is the most important point. I'm glad that came across from my presentation. I think there are two main reasons why it's important to do. And firstly, it's the signal that it sends. So far, the Japanese government has been slow to embrace renewables, and this has put off investment into renewable energy in Japan. And the market and investors, they need to have confidence. Renewable energy is a long-term investment. So the market needs to have a strong signal and ambition sent to it by the Japanese government. So that's one of the main reasons we're calling for this target. And ultimately, if it is put in place, this will help to reassure investors to bring in investment and jobs to the Japanese renewable energy industry. I think, secondly, why it's so important is for Japan and its global reputation. So I mentioned Japan was one of the countries that signed the pledge at COP28 to triple renewables. And other countries around the world will be expecting Japan to keep its word and follow through with this commitment. And it's all part of a global effort, and it will be expected that Japan plays its part to that. And as the only member of the G7 in Asia, Japan has a huge opportunity and responsibility to demonstrate that they can effectively decarbonize a leading economy. And there are so many benefits from this tripling target. As I mentioned, Japan has very low energy security. And over 2/3 of its electricity comes from fossil fuels. And that's 3% of GDP is spent on importing fossil fuels each year. So you can see the benefits if that is then moved to a domestic renewables industry, which will boost energy security and also jobs.
Strong signal will be dispatched to the market by striking towards this target, and COP28 by 2030, tripling renewable energy capacity, that was endorsed by Japan as well. And G7 Hiroshima Summit, on that occasion as well, by 2035, electricity sector would have to decarbonize to the better extent possible. So because of these reasons, Japan has to accelerate its efforts towards introducing renewable energy. Otherwise, the reputation of Japan will be damaged. That was what Mr. Olson just mentioned. Now, sitting next to myself is from Panasonic Operational Excellence, Mr. Shoji Kusumoto. Could you please start your remarks? From Panasonic Group, my name is Kusumoto. Thank you very much for inviting me to this precious occasion. If I may, I want to introduce how Panasonic Group is trying to respond to climate change. Panasonic Group, through our business, we want to contribute to solving societal issues, and this is a concept we have had ever since the founding of our group, and we have the Panasonic Green Impact. And please take a look at this chart. 2050 goals are shown, and the first scope 1, 2, our own company's value chain, 110 million tons we have. We want to reduce this to net zero by 2050. And in addition, we want to reduce this to net zero by 2030. And through the products and services that we offer to customers, we want to contribute to customers reducing CO2 emission. And from our existing products and services, as well as by developing new technology, by 2050, we want to contribute to customer CO2 emission reduction by 200 million tons. And the second part, contributing to customers' CO2 emission reduction, we're particularly focusing on to measure effect, we are using an indicator called reduction contribution volume. So 100 million tons from our own company's value chain, as well as 200 million tons through contribution to customers' CO2 reduction. These are the targets we have. And in order to achieve our goals towards 2050, we have interim milestone as of 2030, and we also have a 5-year business plan, which is linked to our group's business plan. And please take a look at this chart in the middle. The top part of the arrow shows the CO2 emission reduction targets we have from our own value chain. And very recently, SBT net zero target, we were certified by them very recently. And the breakdown is such that Scope 3, Category 11, emission from products and services, that accounts for most of the emission at the moment. Therefore, with the cooperation of the supply side, using more renewable energy, we want to save energy substantially and thereby reduce emission. As we do that, it says factories and offices, Scope 1 and 2, accounts for less than 2%. First and foremost, by 2030, if we want to achieve net zero for Scope 1 and 2. And please take a look at the red box at the bottom of the chart. This shows the target that we call reduction contribution volume. That is to contribute to society's CO2 reduction through our products and services by 2030. Through electrification and increasing energy efficiency, and by using hydrogen, we want to contribute as much as possible. And we do not intend to offset. We will invest proactively in our value chain, and we want to contribute to customer CO2 reduction as well, not intended as an offset. Next page, please. Sorry, I have to manage my slides by myself. And the decarbonization of society that we aim at, this is not something that can be achieved by a single company alone. Therefore, in terms of how companies should be assessed in order to accelerate the decarbonization of society, I think that both risk and opportunity are necessary. They are like the both sides of the wheel of a car. And currently, assessment based on greenhouse gas particle Scope 1, 2, and 3 emissions have come to the de facto standard, but I think this is an assessment of risk. For example, if our group invests in a factory for in-vehicle batteries and expands supply volume, Scope 1, 2, and 3 emissions will actually increase. And our efforts to contribute to the decarbonization of society could lead to a negative assessment. Of course, we see it as our responsibility to reduce emissions through various efforts, but I think that is likely to happen. On the other hand, there are no tools for assessing the contribution of companies to society in terms of opportunities. And while we think that the amount of contribution to reduction or reduction contribution volume is a strong candidate for such indicator to assess opportunity, there is no unified standard yet. And the level of recognition in society is still low. Consequently, in order to generate opportunities to contribute to decarbonization of society as a whole through our company's products and services and enhance the speed and scale of global initiatives towards decarbonization innovation, not just the Panasonic Group, but we want to cooperate with like-minded companies, organizations, international institutions, and so forth to raise awareness of reduction contribution. This concludes my remark. Thank you very much. Mr. Kusumoto, thank you very much. Assessing contribution, there is no de facto standard to assess amount of contribution. And globally, used electricity should be transformed to renewable energy 100%. That is what you're aiming at. And CO2 zero emission factories. In 2021, 6.7% was the renewable energy ratio, but in 2022, 15.6%, and 2023, 24.3%. There's been a rapid increase in renewable energy usage rate. Do you have this track record yet? All 220 factories in Japan, if they are to achieve zero emission, do you think you will successfully, without any obstacles, be able to achieve this goal? 24.7% renewable energy usage rate. This is, of course, not enough, but we are proceeding faster than our schedule, and we announced our Panasonic Green Impact, and we have an interim goal for 2030, and that is first to achieve net zero from scope 1 and 2. And we have 7 main group companies. And considering the characteristics of each of their businesses and where they are located and what kind of production system they have, considering all of these factors, we have prepared a roadmap towards 2030. And we want to meticulously track how we're proceeding, and we want to share best practices. And I think we have been able to make a certain level of progress. And I don't think this endeavor will change substantially. However, there will be more challenges towards procuring renewable energy, and the different businesses are making their own effort. And we are aware of the fact that achieving this final goal is not easy. On-site offset BPA, you're practically using these systems as well. And we do want to ask about challenges later on.
Next, may I turn to Serigano-san? Ms. Serigano, you are a member of Japan Youth Conference. You're a senior at your university. So to deliver youth voice to the government, you are a super partisan non-state actor. So if you could share the challenges you're seeing. Hello, everyone. My name is Luna Serigano, campaigner at Japan Youth Conference. Japan Youth Conference is engaged in activities to deliver youth voice to the government. We are a super partisan NGO. And in the last year, we have mainly engaged in 2 types of activities as part of SDG promotion. One is to engage in activities to promote youth representation on government advisory panels. Energy policies are being discussed by the government, but UNRI Research Council, especially a basic policy subcommittee, is undertaking very important discussions. And so we're targeting this subcommittee for campaign. We want youth included. Those in the 50s and 60s and 70s are the members of these subcommittees and government panels. Those who are in the 30s or below, those of us who are the future generation, we're not included as the members of government panels. We wanted to change that. CYJ, JIPS, Fridays for Future, together with other youth organizations who are working on environmental issues in collaboration with them, we initiated this campaign a year ago to demand youth representation. So various government agencies, ministries, to political parties, we made this policy proposal. Komeito, a Communist Party, and Constitutional Party. We encouraged them to ask questions at the Diet about this, and momentum rose, but we're not still members of these government panels yet, unfortunately. But 26th of June, as a youth environmental organization, our conference was invited to a hearing conducted by Basic Policy Subcommittee at UNRI, and together with CYJ, our partner, we were able to participate in that hearing held by the government panel. We were able to communicate our message, and for the first time, our message was recorded in the minutes of the meeting. So we were able to open the door of METI a little bit. The door has been very heavy, but we were able to get our foot in the door a little bit. And we have also been making specific policy proposals to different political parties. That's the second area of activity. So on the right-hand side, you can see our signature campaign. We're having a campaign to collect signatures. So secondly, policy proposals to political parties. These are the 5 proposals we're making. Number 1, we call for 1.5 degree Celsius target in the campaign pledge for the lower house election. In the last few years, corporations and the government seem to be complacent with the target for achieving carbon neutrality in 2050. That's not what should be striving for. It's the 1.5 degrees Celsius goal that we should focus on. In order to achieve that, constantly, we have to revise policies so that our targets and goals toward that can be adjusted. So the true goal of 1.5 degrees Celsius should be the one to be focused on, and by backcasting based on that, policies should be formulated. So by backcasting based on 1.5 degrees Celsius, NDC should be 78% of the baseline in 2013. And we want to have unofficial conferences held by government so that we can participate. And as I said, do not limit the membership to academic experts only. Please include different groups of stakeholders, including youth. That's what we're also asking for. As a result, which came as a surprise to us as well, LDP and Comento coalition agreement, in its agreement document, for the first time, we saw the phrase 1.5 degrees Celsius. And LDP, Constitutional Party, Communist Party, as well as Comento, they all embrace 1.5 degrees Celsius in their pledge. And so these are some of the activities that we have undertaken for the past year.
According to JCI's message, compared with the 2013 GHG reduction has to be 66%. But your youth association, you have a more ambitious target that you're requesting, 78%. Why did you come up with this ambitious number?
So 78% of 2013, German think tank, Climate Action Tracker, we refer to their number to set this goal of 78%. Japan's emission reduction capability, and we also have the responsibility as an advanced economy. Based on that, we set up this goal of 78% reduction. And as I've been saying, we value and emphasize 1.5 degrees Celsius target. We have to backcast based on that. In order to keep the 1.5 degrees Celsius target, we need to reduce by 78%. We are young within our team. There are 2 team mates who are 23 years old. I'm 22. And we're going to be 48 years old by 2050. And Japan's longevity is around 80 years, a very long lifetime. So thinking about the future, I just wonder what future we will be seeing in this country. You have to envision that and backcast based on that to come up with a number for reduction. So this is a commitment to my future self, and that is why we set 78%. Thank you very much.
Now may I turn to Professor Hikima You you are also managing the finances for your university at Sophia University for investment, ESG investment. As asset manager, you have had a very long experience. So at this moment in time, how do you regard the challenges and issues for Japan? Thank you for the question. As was mentioned just now, I am looking at the universities, climate change, the measures, and also the endeavors as asset owners. And those are the aspects that I am required to explain. So let me at the outset very briefly give you the explanation. For universities, there are three major aspects when it comes to climate change issue. Of course, the research is the first and foremost, the mission, but then as a corporation, the university corporation, just like corporation in general, we need to go for carbon neutrality. So in our medium term to long term, carbon neutrality targets to be achieved by 2030, we have already committed ourselves. We are at 70% or 80% level up until we climb to the top or achieving our target. And we will be investing the corporate resources, and we would like to achieve the goal even faster. Now, the third is the asset manager to look at the sustainable the finance to give impact to the society. So sustainable finance is what we are trying to bring forward. Yes, it says how we are trying to address climate change issues as responsible asset owners. There are three important points. First is to build net zero portfolio. Second is to collaborate for decarbonization with the companies that we invest. And for Sophia University, the third pillar is what we are placing a lot of emphasis to have impact investment to be expanded. The first one, we need to have a plan to reduce emissions, which is consistent with the 1.5 degrees Celsius target. That we have a Paris Agreement to be complied with, and we are building our portfolio in this regard. The reason for this is what is the scope 3 for the asset owner? That is, we need to look at the portfolio as a whole. For all the investments that we have made, we need to manage the emissions. And with the asset owner being responsible for this, the investors will, of course, try to bring in the funding for the companies, and companies to expect the investors to provide the money, and it will be a good incentive to the companies. And for Scope 3 data, the information disclosure is progressing, but there's this tremendous burden being put on the businesses. So when we try to look at the reliable data, there is still much difficulty. And recently there was a news in the materials as well as daily goods. More than 10 companies came together and looked at the carbon footprint from procurement to production and up until disposal, looking at the overall emissions to try to introduce a common and shared system for this group of companies. And I believe this is something to be commended, and we need to spread these kind of moves, rather than an issue for individual companies, because this is an issue for the whole society. So perhaps we need some commonly built infrastructure which can be shared by all the businesses. And secondly, as for engagement, let's say as an asset owner, we are trying to encourage companies to go for decarbonization. And there are two jobs for us. One is divestment, that we need to ask the companies to withdraw from investing into fossil fuels. And the other is to try to improve on the shareholder the value. And there are some at times conflicts, but we need to reconcile, especially for the engagement. And individual companies have different roadmaps going forward, and they have special characteristics, but we need to stay close to the needs and the characteristics of their business. And as institutional investor, we need to work closely with the companies as we move forward for impact investment. And one challenge in this regard is the carbon-intensive industries, energy and materials and steel and automotive industries, those hard-to-abate type of industries. How to move forward with the transition to decarbonization. The government of Japan is placing a lot of emphasis on transition finance, but on the other hand, from overseas, they are criticizing that it is greenwash. But the most important point here is you need to base yourselves on scientific grounds in formulating the roadmap, and it needs to be consistent with the 1.5 degrees target. So you need to scrutinize, and as an asset owner, as an institutional investor, we need to make a very severe assessment. Now, as for the investment return, the analysis and assessment is quite difficult, but there are empirical research being made into this. So try to co-work and collaborate with the businesses to be accelerated as we move together towards decarbonization. As for the third point, try to expand impact investment. We need to have infrastructure to be developed, and we need tremendous amount of the money for renewables-related technology development. There seems to be a huge gap for funding and financing. But on the other hand, this is a very lucrative opportunities for investors. Impact investments originally was for bringing solution to the societal issues. So people tend to think that we can sacrifice investment returns. Therefore, the GPIF, the Japanese Public Corporation, have taken the position that it would not be engaged in impact investment, or they were prohibited to be engaged in impact investment. But this spring, the policy has been changed, so they have opened up the way forward for impact investment. And this has not been reported widely, but there is a huge impact on the society. The GPIF is the world's largest the public corporation, 250 trillion, and only 2% means 5 trillion will be moved around. And how this money, 5 trillion, will be utilized for decarbonization or for the impact investment, we need to scrutinize. We need to focus our attention for the way that they are going for. So impact investment, which was not mainstreamed in Japan so far, but we hope to move it and expand it towards decarbonization. And this is something decisively important.
Impact in investment, if it's accelerated, maybe we can accelerate our efforts towards transmission. If we take a look at the global trend, 2030, renewable energy investment might be lacking, but it will be a record high. On the other hand, Japan, solar energy investment is declining, not expanding, but rather declining, and towards net zero. There isn't enough investment to urge transition, not enough investment to urge transition. What is lacking? Why is it that Japan has not been able to respond proactively? What is your view? Talking of solar, Japan is a small country, and land is saturated, not enough land in Japan. There are issues of grid and economic incentive lacking because of lower prices. There are many reasons raised, but I think ambitious, the word ambitious has appeared many times today. Japan has to set an ambitious goal, and there are many things that Japan can do by setting an ambitious goal. For example, I think various issues reports mention that buildings can install a more solar capacity. Rooftops 4 to 5 times or 10 times in other places, and solar sharing for agricultural land. I think there's a lot of potential there as well. So there's a lot of potential for expansion, and the point is, I think, to attach incentives as much as possible to capture all of these opportunities and strive towards an ambitious goal. That, I think, was what was lacking in Japan so far. This is how I strongly feel. And another point is, as was mentioned before, impact investment. Institutional investors have not been mobilizing their funds so much towards this kind of investment because of a low liquidity, high risk, and so forth. Various reasons have been raised. But when it comes to renewable energy is one main area to invest when it comes to impact investment, but not so much investment has been made in this area. So public and private sector would have to share risk, and by so doing, we may be able to make a breakthrough. These are the kinds of improvements I think that can be made going forward. I very much look forward to the future in that regard.
Well, wrong information, misinformation is also spreading, it seems, and that is perhaps behind this sluggish move. So, Mr. Olesen, as Japan looks to expand the use of renewables, but we're not successfully accelerating the progress. So how do you see the barriers? What do you think are the barriers?
So I'll speak more generally first and go into some specific barriers towards the end, I think. So a bit of a theme by the sounds of things, but the ambition and direction of the Japanese government, I think, is really sort of the overarching barrier. Japan continues to promote ammonia co-firing and isn't presenting a clear plan for reducing fossil fuels. And this doesn't send a good impression to investors and to developers that the Japanese government is taking the energy transition seriously. So I think the signals that the Japanese government is sending out in terms of its ambition is definitely a key barrier there. And that's why we have seen Japan have the lowest share of renewables in the G7. So maybe more specifically on corporates and their barriers that they face in buying renewable energy. I mentioned that Japan regularly is either the most or second most reported barriers for a country from our member reporting, from those over 440 companies that report. So highlighting the difficult situation for them. What they raise of us are three things predominantly. So high cost, limited supply, and a lack of different procurement options are the main reasons that they say. So we do need to see action on all three of these fronts. I think the real key to unlocking all of this is that right tone and right ambition from the Japanese government in setting out its ambition on renewable energy.
Thank you very much. So the government needs to come up with clear-cut message going forward. So Mr. Kusumoto, as a business in Japan, how to accelerate decarbonization? What are the obstacles that we need to overcome? If you could be very concrete. For Panasonic Group, there are issues and challenges. Basically, the approach is to look for improvement, the CO2 to be abated. And the 10 companies on site will do our best. And we will have a shared and common procurement. So in that order, we will be going forward. In our business case, in the case of our industry, with solar panels to be installed for the whole the plant, it is only up to 20% of the total that we can generate as power. So there will be competition, and the quality will be very seriously asked for. More recently, we have the big scale of our business. We have been working in collaboration with electricity companies, and we have off-site PPA for the long term. It started with the solar energy, but it has been switched to wind power. But there are limits to such efforts. So what we would like to do is the solar the power to be combined with hydrogen fuel cells. Then on site, inside the plant, we will be able to utilize the renewable the energy to the fullest. And in our plant in Shiga Prefecture, we have already introduced this system. And RE100, the company, we would like to make it global so that the quality will be improved and decarbonization will be advanced for customer companies as well.
So as you proceed with that, policy-wise, in terms of rulemaking and in terms of procedure, do you have any desires or wishes as to how they should be changed? Yes. When we adopt solar power in connecting with the grid, realistically, we have to make an investment, and there could be hurdles. Nishiki-no-hama battery plant, where we adopted solar power, we had to be pretty creative. So generally speaking, acceleration of adoption of renewables must be embraced by all the sectors, mobilizing all sorts of instruments and options. We cannot rely just on the supply side. We, on the demand side, can take action, including energy conservation, increasing energy efficiency, and storing energy. There are lots of things that we can do on the demand side. So as I said earlier, avoided emission and other types of metrics can be utilized so that corporations can contribute to decarbonization, and we can be evaluated for that. And if that leads to increased funding, that would be desirable. And IRA in the United States, I think, was for that. I think it was set very much in that context, I believe. So rather than us just hoping for it, we have to be part of the effort to promote the use of renewables, to engage in standardization effort, and I think it will result in policy change. That is what I hope will happen.
Sarikano-san, you made a comment from a completely different perspective. You take a look at the same issue from a completely different perspective from representing the youth. And there was hearing, interview in the subcommittee of the government panel. And members of the youth mentioned that you have to reconsider what policy should be like from basic principles. It is important to consider policy from the level of basic principles. That was what was mentioned by youth representatives. What is missing in current decision-making process? What kind of values do you think are lacking from current decision-making process? Thank you for the question. Currently, as basic principle, S+3E, I think you're aware of this. That's the basic principle: safe, a stable supply, economic efficiency, environmental compatibility. These are the current basic principles. And already, METI has come up with this basic principle. And based on this basic principle, discussions are ongoing. However, we, as youth representatives, 1.5 degrees goal, a long-term perspective, fair and just perspectives would have to be added to basic principles. That, I think, is what is currently lacking. Then S+3E, this current basic principle will not enable us to realize the safety zone that you're envisioning. Correct. Basically, the counterparty, METI, has come up with the current basic principles. It's METI that has prepared the current arena, occasion of discussion. This arena, this discussion environment would have to change. The government panel members would have to change. The basic principles would have to change. We need a new perspective that is indispensable. And a younger generation, future generation has to get involved in the discussion.
We are running out of time, but lastly, just one word each from the respective panelists. For the climate change policies to be put forward by the government of Japan, the pathway forward, will it be consistent with the 1.5 degrees target that the whole world is moving for? What are the demands or requests to the government of Japan specifically in this regard? Please, please, one word each. So, Mr. Kusumoto, would you like to start? Thank you. Actually, I have been involved with the job for 8 years, and I have studied at the workshop organized and sponsored by Mr. Sueyoshi, and I have learned a lot. And what I have learned is we need to understand what is happening, and we should not depend on others to decide, but the private sectors should take our own initiative and take necessary actions. That is what I have learned through the workshop. We should not wait, but take action ourselves. We need to move forward to try to realize the necessary policies, and I should continue with this effort.
Hikima-san, please. Yes. I talked about impact investment by public pension funds. And as Sueyoshi-san talked about GX transition bond funding 20 trillion yen to be utilized for GX investment. If that is realized, then private sector funding of 150 trillion will follow. So if you spend 20 trillion, the private sector will follow up with 150 trillion. That will not happen automatically. So we have to look at how the 20 trillion is spent, where, and inclusive of the relevant sectors, the related sectors, how much synergy is being generated, we have to watch. We have to make investment in areas where there are maximal synergies to be effective, and that is what we hope will happen.
Wilson-san, please.
I mentioned the importance of the signal that Japan's government is sending out. And to the last point just made, in order to bring in the private investment, I think it's very important that Japan sends the signal it's serious on renewable energy. And for me, the top thing that they can do is to implement a renewable energy target where it's tripling its own renewable energy capacity. So a target of 363 gigawatts by 2035 at the latest. And I think that would send all the right signals for the private sector to then get behind that ambition.
Thank you very much. Last but not least, Ms. Serigano. Now, we need a third-party advisory council to be newly established. For example, for the GX Act, in Japan, we do have proper legislations, but there is no independent advisory council watching and assessing whether the laws are properly being implemented. In the United Kingdom, you do have such an organization. Try to check whether people are moving forward towards 1.5 degrees target. So we would like to have third-party the council being established and try to monitor and watch the government's actions. And we need to have younger people to participate in the advisory councils. Right now, there are so many limits. I am hoping that the government will change with the coming general election.
Okay, we have gone overboard. I'm sorry for the poor chairwomanship, but thank you very much for the clear recommendations and a mention of challenges. Once again, big round of applause to the distinguished panelists, please. Thank you very much. Members of Session 1, please return to your seats. Thank you very much. Okay, may I ask the panel of Session 2 to come to the stage? So importance of opportunity was emphasized in Session 1, and how can we mobilize funding for that? It was mentioned. And youth, what are they demanding for their future? Very specific, very clear message was also delivered. As JCI, we put out our own message in July, and so that it can be translated and reflected in policies, we would like to continue to voice our concern. So in the second session, realizing tripling renewable energy capacity from the user and supplier's point of view, there are those who are taking proactive initiative for this. So digital grid, Yusuke Toyoda, RWE, Jens Bogstedt Orford, and Yamato Oyamada, president of Odawara Kana Gote Farm, and Oyama-san from EcoWorks, and the moderator is Takase-san.
Thank you very much. This is just like your program on the NHK. You have moderated superbly. Now, I would like to turn over to forever the debate to go on type of program. The renewables are very necessary. Now, but when we listen to the debate on the strategic energy plan, the people say that there are limits to the renewables, so we need to turn to nuclear energy. But it takes time. With the restart, only about 10% could be achievable. So we need to have renewables. So shall I show you the very first slide? Thank you. Renewables are not really dependent is something that we often hear from different people, that the supply is not enough because there's huge demand. But then I have actually the input on my the PC, and it came up with this 80% by 2035, and by 2040, this is something on a provisional basis, 94%. For the demand of electricity, we can amply cover with the renewables. With the batteries, it is 3.3 times of renewables will be necessary. In the year 2040, 4.5 times as large would become necessary. And apart from that, you need batteries as well as transmission cables, and demand response systems need to be introduced more. But the top priority here, the issue is the renewables that must be expanded. Now, in Japan, these are the statements we often hear. As was mentioned a little bit early, that Japan is a small country and the seas are shallow, so only a modest amount of renewables could be deployed. And the solar panels and the windmills are all foreign-made, and if it is affordable cost, we can just wait and see that they would be imported. And these three, I would say, misunderstandings are being seen on the ground. How can we help the procurement, those panelists who are actually working on the ground? We would like to know what is the actual situation. Now, topic number 1. Japan is a small country with very shallow seas, so renewable energy could be achieved only to a modest level. Now, we are saying that we can achieve 94% by the year 2040. That is the REI position. But is this achievable? Looking at the potential for the solar, the green is the farmland, and the yellow stands for the housing, and also for other built environment, there's a great potential. So we are saying 94% is achievable. On the right-hand side, there is a lot of potential for the capacity. But then why it is too slow? We need to look at what is happening on the ground. So we would like to hear stories from people actually working on the ground. So Mr. Oyama, sorry, I mispronounced. I hail from Oyama. Actually, you live quite close. In Japan, on the rooftop, about solar panels are installed, about 10% of the housing. But do you think that it is difficult to further increase the level? Please use the microphone.
On slide before, please. The previous slide, please. Thank you for your question. From EcoWorks Company Limited, my name is Oyama. I'm president of the company. And from a construction company's point of view, I would like to frankly share with you our thoughts. I would like to briefly, first of all, introduce my company. We are operating in Kyushu, southern part of Japan. We are responsible for designing and building residences. We are an SME, and we build about 80 detached houses per year on average. 8.3 kilowatts used per house. And double the average amount of solar power used. And we explain in detail to the customers about the benefit of using solar energy, and then the customers are convinced, and we install large capacity of solar energy. And currently in Japan, the situation is such that, if I may explain, as you can see in the bottom left corner of the slide, by 2030, Japan as a country, it wants to mandate zero-emission housing, ZEH. But zero-emission houses don't need solar power. Energy saving as well as insulation would be enough, not necessarily solar power. And we started discussion based on the assumption that we want to spread the rooftop solar panels, but all of a sudden we started to ignore the topic of solar power, and we just started to focus on zero-emission housing. ZEH is just focusing on insulation and energy efficiency, and there were a lot of issues arising, but MLIT, METI, these government agencies, as well as experts, decided to follow the guidance of the central government of Japan. Please take a look at the graph in the bottom right corner. This is the percentage of zero-emission houses, ZEH residences, out of a total number of newly built houses, 2022 on the very right-hand side. The point I want to make is 70% of the house builders constructed houses are ZEHs, but besides that, only 10 or 20%. So, in average, 20 or so % of the houses are zero-emission houses. And detached houses in Japan, only 20% of these detached houses are procured by large house builders in Japan, and the other houses are procured by small and medium-sized construction companies. And Professor Hikima of Sophia University mentioned that building construction has a long way to go, has not been able to make so much progress. But we, in our case, my company has 97%, and I think we can make 4 to 5 more effort. But I do admit that the construction sector is lagging behind. Well, if I may intervene, ZEH, zero-emission housing percentage, and the ZEH standard is they're different. At 2030, we want to obligate detached houses to be zero-emission houses, but that does not include solar power. And the right-hand side is the number for solar. And MLIT policy is to mandate ZEHs without solar power, and METI and Ministry of Environment, on the other hand, they are urging solar power. So, no consistent policy. There is no residential ministry, so to speak. Well, I am from an SME, and we are making a most effort, but not necessarily all of the companies. Next page, please. I do hope that nobody from the central government of Japan is present here today. Well, there are a number of people. And according to the Building Energy Efficiency Law from April of this year, as you can see, a new system started called Building Renewables Energy Utilization Promotion Area. Based on Building Energy Efficiency Law, there is this promotion area system. And what is requested here, that is when you newly build an attached house, solar power and other benefits of renewable energy would have to be explained when the new house is built. That is the new obligation, and this is MLIT's policy. And if we talk to MLIT about solar power, they indicate and refer to this system. This is just an obligation to explain about the benefits of renewable energy. But the construction industry is not so much interested in this topic, and each municipality can introduce their own system, come up with their own ordinances. And Yokohama City is the first municipality to designate this promotion area. And Tokyo is also trying to get prepared. And I'm from Fukuoka Prefecture, and I asked the Fukuoka Prefectural government, and they say that they are not ready. And a lot of the work is left up to the local government, not by the central government. And I want many people to get to know about this system. The architects, we study and we have to explain to the consumers. That's the only obstacle in the system. So I think there are a lot of benefits to this system. So I do think this promotion area system will spread as much as possible. MLIT decided on this promotion area system, and the municipalities are responsible for stipulating ordinances if they want to introduce this system. They are able to introduce this system. The municipalities have the choice to introduce the system, but it's not spreading so much. It's a system that just started this year, and I do have the system spreads as much as possible, and then more people will study about renewable energy, including solar power. I'm in an industry that has to make 4 to 5 more efforts. That's the main message I want to get across. Can you make this a nationwide obligation? Tokyo and the Kawasaki metropolitan government want to standardize, very close to mandating, but they want to do that, but not so much amongst the other municipalities. First, there's an obligation to explain the benefits of renewable energy, and after that, steps will be taken to standardize. I think that will be the flow.
Oyama-san's company, the rate of solar power installation is close to 100%. But why not others? Why aren't others doing the same? I think there are 2 things that I can mention. Number one, they're not studying this issue. Architects, well, they don't see solar power with it as being part of their preview. So solar power is about electricity, utility. Well, architects are focused on design and floor plan. Those are their areas of interest. So they're not studying this. They're not understanding the issue. And another aspect is, well, construction industry cost is rising, budget is increased. So with the solar power installation, 2-3 million will have to be added, and architects want to make proposals about space and design. They're not able to do that because their budget is eroded by solar power. And so those are the 2 major reasons why. So Oyama-san's company is able to do that, but others have not been able to do so. So they need to study. And one breakthrough could come from this requirement to explain about solar power when a new house is ordered. Well, there's a lot more that can be done. I think we understand. Okay, next, Oyamada-san, please.
Recently, in the farmland, there are corporate farms being managed. I wouldn't try to criticize. There are people who oppose these moves. So, Mr. Oyamada's the farm at the Odawara Kanagote farm, you are involved in farming, agriculture. Yes, that is the very purpose. So as we are engaged in farming, and solar power generation is also be done. That is more of our the business, the corporation style. So it is more of a corporate farms. When you say solar sharing, people tend to think that we don't have agriculture or farming, but we do firmly involved in farming. The land to harvest to be expanded, but there are many constraints. There are no successors to the farmers. But in order to introduce those farm corporates to the local districts, this could be one good means to expand the farming and agriculture. So it could bring benefits on a multiple the way. So solar power generation has a great potential in this regard. So I have come all the way from Odawara City. With Odawara is in our focus. We have a Sakao River. We have more of a broad-based going beyond the administrative boundaries and have a corporate collaboration. So you are engaged in farming. I was planning to come up with the farmware, but I was not courageous enough, so I have opted for wearing a suit. And I could come up with those the jeans, but I thought that this was too crude. But I have chosen the suit. Yes, I do farming. And the Odawara Kanagote, we are often mistook to be Kanatego. We have a Gotemba railway at the line, which is a local trail at the line. And for Kanagawa district, we are trying to revitalize this at the local area. So Kana for Kanagawa and Gote for Gotemba. So we are indeed minuscule scale because farming is no longer that profitable. So one farmer needs to do everything. So we have to have the grass had to be cut, and we have to till the land every day. So for the solar panels to be installed and the income coming from that, so the farming can be helped and farming can survive economically. I very much hope that that will be the case. Is this happening? Yes. For our Odawara Kanagote farm, we have 7 units of solar power panels. In Tochigi Prefecture and Chiba Prefecture, they have much larger units, but in Kanagawa, solar sharing, the corporate type, is only about 100, but we have 7 units. In that sense, we are the largest in Kanagawa, but still, we need to grow. And when we have the 7 units for farms, the annual income is only about 2 million to 3 million per year. And if you subtract the personnel cost, not much will remain. But with the power sales through the solar hot panels, this income will support our farming activities. So this is something indispensable for us. But those of you who are here today, I'm sure you would say that you are quite positive in having corporate farms. But for the farmers in general, the traditional farmers, when we try to approach them, that there's a lot of potential for solar panels. And as we try to approach, they become even more hesitant. And that is the reality. So why in the farmland, the solar panel power generation is not expanded? Because everyone seems to think that this is too devious and too dubious. But what we are trying to do is not just solar power generation, but we are trying to enhance the sustainability of farming itself. We are thinking firmly and thoroughly, and those who oppose our activities, I wouldn't mention this, but agriculture cooperatives are adamantly opposing. And also, there is the Chamber of Agricultural the businesses, and the chairman is so stubborn. Maybe I shouldn't say that. There is a senior managing director of the National Association of those agricultural corporations, and I was able to discuss with him, and we were able to dispel the misunderstandings. Without these efforts, I don't think we can spread this corporate type of farms having solar power generation together. But there are skeptical people who approach the Liberal Democratic Party politicians and try to move them to their own thinking. But we need to approach the LDP as well as Constitutional Democratic Party and be steadfast in our approach to the government parties as well.
So people are so skeptical about solar sharing. In rural areas, the existence of solar is the source of people being skeptical. Well, because they destroyed the landscape. It's environmental destruction because of the FIT program. So when developers come to rural communities, they wreak havoc. There is this misunderstanding. In Odawara, I had to face with the farming committee, and it's a lot of work just to apply for a project to the committee. People see us as being evil, it seems, but we have to argue that we're doing something good. So we have to resolve that misunderstanding, and that is most important. And today we're talking about strategic energy plan, but the Agricultural Basic Act that is being formulated, and strategic energy plan is being discussed, but the constitution of the farming community, if you will, we're now in the phase of coming up with a basic plan for agriculture in this country. And agriculture communities used to generate energy, but energy self-sufficiency plan, it is not included in the Basic Act for farming. So I think we have to have stronger commitment for that. Energy self-sufficiency policy needs to be there. We have to argue for that. And at the core of that is solar sharing. And here are some of the best practices and excellent examples. We have to include that as part of the plan. Otherwise, we may talk a lot about it, and yeah, people will continue to be hesitant. So to the government, we have to make such specific recommendations and policy proposals. So as I said, I'm tilling my land every day at Odawara, but that is always part of my everyday thought.
So energy has to be at the center of agricultural policy as well. I think that's what you're trying to say. There's a lot of potential in the agricultural industry as well, and promotion of agriculture and to support that energy is important. And as such, you're engaged in various local activity. Can you please go on to your second slide? I can refer to this later on. Thank you very much. We can discuss about this later on. We are going to discuss until all through the night up until morning, right? That's the kind of discussion you want to have. I think you mentioned at the outset. So not solar sharing, but the corporate farms. And there are a lot of things that can be done, but not so much progress has been made. Now, wind power. We have to mention that we don't have so many shadow seas in Japan. That's why it's difficult to promote wind power in Japan. Mr. Alfred?
So what is Japan's wind power potential compared to other countries? How much potential do we have in wind power here in this country?
Hello,
how did you? My name is Janstedt. Japanese language is difficult for me.
So I'll switch to English. I hope that's okay with everyone. Now for something completely different. I really enjoyed the first two speakers, and I think in addition to rooftops, I'd also be really curious to hear what we're doing in relation to heat pumps here in Japan to increase efficiency, and also in relation to more efficient air conditioners, etc. It's remarkably warm here in Japan still, even though we're in October, so I think we could do a lot with also energy efficiency. So I represent an industry which deals with a slightly different commodity, so offshore wind. RWE as a company, for those of you who do not know us, we are a German utility. We have a history of, this is our 126th year of operation. So for 126 years, we've been providing growth and prosperity and opportunity to the German people and to societies in Northern Europe. Meaning that also for 126 years we've been part of, let's say, also the problem in terms of the energy transition. For the past 25 years we've been actively engaged in renewables. We operate various different asset classes, offshore wind, onshore wind, battery storage, PV solar, hydro, nuclear. We decommissioned our nuclear activities in Germany in the end of 2022 at the request of the German government. But here in Japan, we're predominantly active in relation to offshore wind. We've been here for the past 5 years, and we were fortuitous enough, together with our trusted partners Mitsui and Osaka Gas, to last year be successful in the second auction round with our Murakami Tainai project, 684 megawatts of offshore wind capacity. And if we look at a few numbers, even if we stay at the current 1.2 degree Celsius increase, the potential impacts for climate change is up to 18% of global GDP. 18%, and that's if we stay at 1.2 degrees. So there's a very clear incentive for us as a society to start investing heavily in the renewable industry. As we heard also in the previous panel, Japan is maybe lagging a little bit behind compared to other countries in G7 and elsewhere. And it's remarkable because Japan is 86% dependent on fossil fuels imported from other countries. And at the same time, Japan has vast renewable potential. I work for a German utility. So far, Germany have been able to deploy 9 gigawatts of offshore wind in an EEC area that is 78 times smaller than what Japan has at its disposal. So whilst the wind speeds are a little bit less here, the potential for deployment of offshore wind is staggeringly big in Japan. And I want to put that in context that even though we have good colleagues in the panel here who deal with onshore and with deployment of solar, Japan is a very beautiful but also a very mountainous place. And that means that you have centers of gravity where you have peak loads like Osaka and Tokyo, etc. But you also have a lot of land that's difficult to access because it's mountainous, it's more rural, and it's difficult to roll out grid. And here, offshore wind really offers one of the few commodities that at gigawatt scale can help in the energy transition. Morgan Stanley did some numbers last year, and in order for Japan to reach net zero by 2050, and this is assuming carbon capture and storage amounting to roughly 30%. And whilst there are great CCS projects up in Hokkaido and elsewhere, Japan will to a large extent depend on other governments in the region and elsewhere taking carbon capture from Japan. But even assuming 30%, in order for us to get to net zero by 2050, the factor that we need to increase renewables, so not just offshore wind, but also solar and also PV and also onshore and batteries and other forms of renewables, hydro and nuclear, it's not a factor 1 or a factor 2 or a factor 5 even, it's a factor 8 to 9 that we need to increase renewables. And we heard in the previous panel, Mr. Ollie Wilson almost spoke for me, but I would say we heard in the previous panel that during COP28 and before, we've set, as global society, great targets to triple renewable capacity by 2030. And I think that's a good place to start, but what we really now need is legislative framework implemented to support those targets. And many countries in Asia Pacific, Japan included, are behind the curve in terms of governments in Europe, in particular, have been deploying offshore wind and other forms of commodities for the past 25 years. That means that the different government agencies have had time to align on different policies and to harmonize. And I think there's a unique opportunities for governments across Asia to start to look at saying, how can we ensure that we elevate the region? So by making it very easy and very attractive to invest in future profits as part of the energy transition in Japan, it will equally be the same in Korea, so that vessels that deploy, for instance, offshore wind, which is highly complicated, very large vessels that cost up to 500,000 to €1 million per day, that they can easily go from Taiwan to Japan to Korea and back and vice versa. And here in APAC, we have the advantage of the northern and the southern hemisphere. So if we work together, we can basically be deploying projects all year round and be less weather dependent. So there's great opportunity. And my invitation to government would be, make it as attractive as possible for developers and investors to establish themselves as reliable partners for the Japanese government in realizing the energy transition.
ありがとうございます。今のお話を聞くと
Listening to what you just mentioned, it seems as though currently there are many obstacles that have to be overcome in order to be able to invest more. Improvements have to be made. I think that's what you mentioned. What are the improvements that have to be made to make more investment?
I think there's quite a few things that can be done. I want to take overall a positive spin on this. We are halfway through what's been referred to as the decisive decade. And we heard Luna-san saying she's going to be 48 years by the time many of these assets are going to be realized, and by the time we hopefully all can say, yes, we made it, we reached net zero, and now we go beyond. But it's really our responsibility to do something about it now, and we have the opportunity to do something about it now. And I think where Japan has a great opportunity is that Japan has an opportunity to steal with pride from governments who have been serious about the energy transition for a long, long time. So you can say, I want to take this policy from Denmark, I want to take this local content policy from the United Kingdom, I want to do what France did here, and make it into its own policy. But I think we need central government-led ambition so that all the different agencies can follow, because there will be prioritization, as we also heard it, agriculture versus renewables, or maybe it's agriculture hand in hand with renewables. I think that's a very good example. And there are many, many things that we can do. But there are obstacles, that's for sure. And I think what Japan and other governments in Asia need to realize is that there's a race and a bit of a competition for attention, for the capabilities that can actually deliver the energy transition. And the more you can do to make a pathway to profitability for investment into these new technologies, the more you put yourself in the driver's seat and the leading position, right? I really welcome the previous speaker panel that mentioned about loosening up in the GX Act, so that it will be also investments will have access to funding under the GX Act. Another thing that we see in the region, I was lucky enough to speak at a conference in Singapore a couple of months ago, and I spoke with a large garment manufacturer in Bangladesh who said, it's not policies in Bangladesh that's driving the energy transition for our company. And they were investing several $100 million in solar plants. They said it's consumer demand in more established markets like EU and US that are driving the energy change for us, because consumers are saying, we want our clothing to be produced in a green manner. And the same way, I think there's a lot of potential to tap into the fantastic industrial base that Japan has. One, in part, to help to deliver the steel and everything that's required, the capabilities, but also in relation to saying, how can we make sure that that Toyota can continue to sell their vehicles in Europe and elsewhere, that Sony can continue to sell their products, and that there's a pathway to profitability also based on export markets.
ありがとうございます。そうですね。
Thank you very much.
洋上風力を専門でやってらっしゃ
You
る。
are specializing mostly on offshore wind. But people think that cost in Japan will be very expensive. But compared to the other energy sources, with offshore wind, if it is expanded, do you think there's a great potential that cost may come down, or perhaps?
Absolutely. We've seen that in Europe, for instance, that in the 10s, we reached the stage where it was cheaper to deploy offshore wind farms than it was to build new coal power plants. So we've already gotten there in Europe. As I started out saying, even if we stay at the current 1.2 degrees, and it seems we're not, and it seems that maybe the world is at a tipping point. So far, the ocean has been able to consume 90% of the heat and the CO2 that we have been producing in the last many years. And there are scientists that are concerned whether the ocean can keep on doing that. So the need for climate change, I would argue, is undeniable. And we heard, or I mentioned previous, that even if we stay at 1.2, the impacts of us having to deal with climate change effects, whether it's typhoons, whether it's earthquakes, whether it's heat strokes or extreme cold, is up to 18% of GDP. So I would say we cannot afford not to do it. We have to invest now to make sure that it becomes more attractive to invest in future profits that's part of the energy transition, part of the solution, than it is attractive to invest in lifetime expanding existing revenue streams that are based on fossil and conventional fuels.
ありがとうございます。化石燃料と
Thank
比
you
較する
very much. Comparing with fossil fuel is not relevant. Indirectly, that was what was mentioned. Compared to nuclear power, offshore wind is already cheaper in Europe.
心強い
So very encouraging story. Thank you very much.
Yeah, I just want to add, I think we absolutely still need, my own personal view is we still need nuclear. But I would consider reopening existing plants rather than building new plants. And the issue is a nuclear power plant is a very highly complex asset to build. It takes a long time, and very often these projects go over time and over budget. And we don't have 12 years to wait for a new nuclear power plant. We need to take action now. And one of the advantages about offshore wind, about onshore wind, and also about solar, as we heard about earlier, is that many of these products that you need, all the components you need, can be mass produced in safe factory environments. And that is a major cost reduction. Because if you build something that's for one specific site and bespoke, then everything has to be unique, and it's very difficult to replicate. So even if you gain the experience of one nuclear power plant, you will run into some of the same issues with the next. And the other thing is that we've seen the nuclear power plants across the world close down. We have less capabilities that have the expertise to continue with that industry, but thankfully we see a lot of youth who are very, very interested in wanting to be part of the energy transition. And that's what we hear when new staff join us. I take meetings with everybody who joins us in the region, and I also ask them, why did you join our company? And without a doubt, every single one of them says, because I want to be part of the solution. I want to leave the world just a little bit better than what I got from my parents. And if we all adapt that thinking across the different technologies that will get us there, then I think we can come a long, long way.
ありがとうございます。原子力を否定するものではないが、
Thank you very much. You're not negating the possibility of nuclear power, but mass production is possible.
そうですね。安全な
And safe production, environmentally friendly production is also possible. And considering the time that the fact that we don't have so much time, wind power, offshore as well as onshore and solar power, we have to promote this kind of renewable energy as much as possible. Thank you very much for that message. Now,
洋上風力など
offshore wind power as well as solar power.
大きな自然エネルギーを増やすドライ
One driver to try and increase renewable energy is companies. Mr. Kusumoto of Panasonic, thank you very much. You are procuring a massive amount of renewable energy. Renewable energy procurement, I think, is one important driver, and our E100 is also an important driver.
今再エネ調達
And renewable energy procurement, your company, Digital Grid, I think you're at the forefront of renewable energy procurement, and you're offering renewable energy to various entities. Could you please share with us the current situation as well as challenges?
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Toda from Digital Grid, as has been introduced. So, as was mentioned, I think this is a very nice phrase, leaving the world a better place than the one that you got from your parents. Nice phrase. Digital Grid is a startup company. We only have a history of 7 years. And we want to leave a world that is free from energy constraints. I'm 37 years old. I'm very much part of the younger generation. I hope will be 63 in 2050. We are a startup company. Hitachi, Toshiba, Sony, they are amongst our shareholders. And from my college days, I've worked with my colleague to promote renewables. So even before NFC got off to a start, how can we increase the use of renewables we've been working on for many years? And the conclusion is that there's been change for the past few years. So March 11, 2011, from that major earthquake, energy world changed. In a decade, as if we're having a celebration or festival, because of the FIT program, we saw increases in renewables. So based on the FIT program, huge investments poured in from different industries into the FIT program. Renewables increased. And renewable rate increased from 10% to 20% in the last decade. So build, build, build. Of course, there were pros and cons. There were some illegal irregularities in some of the projects. That's the same with everything. So we moved very, very fast in the past decade. It was like a festival. And some people said that it has become sluggish. We have now entered the phase where we have to use what we have built. The past 10 years was about building. Well, renewables, just by building them, they will not be purchased. In order to sell them, you have to collaborate with users who can utilize the renewables better. So that's the era we're in. Well, people who are gathered here have high awareness. Corporate PPA is part of their language. But in the last 3-5 years, people have asked, what is corporate PPA? But now we have to face that. And the Japanese systems and programs are still catching up. They're behind. How can we do this? We have started to question ourselves in the last 3 to 4 years as we look back. And so under those circumstances, well, we are a company that provides support to other corporations that procure renewables. And it seems that a company's businesses are bipolarized. There seems to be companies who are struggling to procure renewables. Let's take a look at this chart. Kusumoto-san talked about corporate PPA. We need to increase on rooftop. If not, enough NFC needs to be taken out. In the November 2021, first auction was organized for an NFC, so history is still short. And back then, only 30, 40 players participated. And now the members increased eightfold. 14.4 billion. That is the amount that we are seeing. 40.4 billion kilowatt hour. So 5 million, 6 million. So renewables generated from FIP program, half of that could be consumed and purchased by this year. It seems that awareness is changing among corporations. Businesses are starting to understand that they have to purchase renewables because of external and internal pressure. So there's been change. So RE100 members and companies who have introduced ICP, and those companies who are responding to CDP, we're seeing increasing number of those companies, which is something to be commended. But this alone is not enough. The theme today is tripling renewables. With this alone, we can't increase triple-fold, and that's because some of the companies only purchase NFC. Is it not meaningful to purchase NFC? Of course not, but leading companies have to do more. This is just a passing point. As Kusumoto-san said, they have to purchase additional renewables. That's where we are right now. If we could take a look at the next slide. This may not ring a bell, but there are already press releases made, and there are lots of PPAs agreed upon. So 600 megawatt, 700 megawatt worth of corporate PPA in the last 1 or 2 years has been agreed upon. As renewables are going to be generated going forward, and we want to purchase such renewables, companies have started to say. Takashima, Kao, Murata, Panasonic, these Japanese leading companies are starting to adopt corporate PPAs. Well, 200 or so companies that we saw earlier are purchasing NFC and so forth. But those who are going above and beyond that, there are about 40 companies who are having corporate PPA, who are taking leadership and embracing renewables. And it seems that there's this bipolarization happening. There are 40 companies who are leading the effort. So corporate PPA in the last 2 years, well, it was easy to look for excuses not to do this. It's 20-year contract. It's virtual. You have to have complex accounting for derivables. So you could look for easy excuses, but we're now starting to see those who follow through on this and start to adopt corporate PPAs. And we have to have more companies following in their footsteps, which is something that we want to support. Thank you.
Bipolarization you mentioned, which I thought was interesting. In order to increase usage, PPA, the most impactful measure seems to be PPA. I think that's what you wanted to mention. And I'm very sorry, we are running out of time. I apologize. Quickly, we want to go on to the next theme. Next slide. I think I have to get the next slide up. Next slide, please. Next challenge. I think it's an interesting topic. I did want to spend more time on this topic 3, but we don't have enough time. I'm sorry. We often say that the solar panels, they're from overseas. Not good for Japan, many people tend to say. Fossil fuels, we are importing 2023, 26 trillion yen worth of fossil fuels are imported. You construct a submarine cable, and within 1 year you can recover this amount, it seems. That's one fact. And as Mr. Paquet mentioned before, Ambassador Paquet mentioned before, the Draghi report, China is offering cheap solar panels, maybe we can buy them. That's one opinion. The country as a whole, when is appropriate in terms of energy security in seeing a decrease of import of fossil fuels, but there seems as though there's a lot of resistance and opposition. We don't have time, so we have to make this discussion short, but regional benefit, benefit to local communities. So, Mr. Oyamada, first, economic benefit.
Looking at Odawara, it is about 168,000 population. There are many indices, but 44 billion yen of energy-related expenditures. But we would like to reduce this cost so that we can locally produce the energy to have a sustainability, so that the money could be recycled into the community, which would boost the employment locally as well. And the chairman of the Chamber of Commerce in Odawara are actually advocating this, and they are proceeding with this. So we need the business leaders in the local district should become more aware of this issue, and putting aside whether solar panels or anything, the revitalization of the local economy is a must. So to create the money and income inside the community, and the new government is trying to boost its the budget for that purpose, but that is very necessary.
Mr. Orfeld, windmills are made overseas, they're foreign made, some people criticize. So the areas and sites where renewables are adopted, or ports, do you think there's local economic impact, a positive impact, economy-wise, from renewables? Briefly, please.
Absolutely. I mean, we heard in the previous panel that the potential for Japan is 350,000 jobs out of the wind industry, right? Look out the window. Look how Japan has an absolutely second-to-none world-class industrial base. And if we set the right circumstances for that industrial base to invest in the energy transition, whether it's windmills, whether it's solar panels, whether it's hydrogen, whether it's electrification of transportation, whether it's heat pumps, I think Japan has a fantastic opportunity to tap into that and to become an exporting market. What I would say is get the industry up and running first. Be less worried about local content. Get the industry up and running and the jobs will follow. And I think this is really, really important, because we've seen in Taiwan where they started with no local content. There was a lot of investment, there was a lot of attraction, projects started coming up. Then all of a sudden we saw 40, 50, 60% local content requirements, and the market died, right? So we need to be really, really careful about how we do it, but the potential for direct and indirect job generation is very, very big.
Thank you very much. I apologize. We do not have so much time. So we do. I did wanted to make panelists to make one final remark, but we don't have so much time for that. I'm very sorry for my poor moderatorship. But thank you very much for this occasion then.
セッション2のご登壇の皆様ありがとうございました。
I would like to thank all the panelists for session 2. Please come down from the stage. For renewables, there seems to be great potential, and we need to tap into that potential. That was quite an encouraging remark. So as a JCI, there is one request. We would like to quickly have photo session. Those of you, the speakers and panelists, please come to the center. And the audience will be included, but this is JCI event photo. Those of you who would not like to be shot, there's two panels have been held by the staff at the back. So if you could go outside of that panel. If you are inside the panel, you will be in the photo. So the panelists, please come to the center.
皆様ぜひ写真写っていいよという方はご起立をお願いいたします。
Those of you who are willing to be in the photo, please rise from your seats.
もうちょっと。はい。もうできるだけ中の方でお願いいたします。はい。皆さん中にぜひ寄っていただいて。
Please squeeze into the center as much as possible. Please move forward to the center. Inside the panels held by the staffs in the back. A little bit tighter, if you could squeeze a little bit more.
はい。ぜひ写真にどうしても入り
Those of you who absolutely would like to be in the photo, please squeeze up.
できるだけ中にお寄りください。じゃあ合図を写真撮る合図をぜひカメラマンさん。
So the photographer will give you the signal.
はい。せーの。もう一回。
Once again, fist up.
の。笑顔でお願いします。
Smile. Smile, please.
はい、ありがとうございました。
Thank you.
はい。
Once again.
ありがとうございました。
Thank you.
このまま少しだけ休憩の時
We
間を
would like to take a little bit of a break.
So the members of the panel of session 3, please come to the stage. The members, the panelists of session 3, please come to the stage and get prepared for the last session, please.
セッション3のご登壇者の皆
Once
様、
again,
ステージで準備をお願い
members of the panel for session 3, please come to stage. Come to the stage and get prepared. We're going to start session 3, the last session soon.
それではご着席をお願いいたします。
Ladies and gentlemen, may I ask you to be seated? We are about to begin the last session at this moment. Session 3 is to concentrate the emerging power of non-state actors in order to improve understanding and action against climate change. What can we do? We have panelists who specialize in that. So, Professor Seita Emori from University of Tokyo Institute for Future Initiatives, J-League, Mr. Takayuki Tsuji, and weather forecaster and newscaster, Ms. Hiroko Ida. Okayama Kyoritsu Hospital, Department of General Practice, Green Practice Japan, Mr. Kei Yokota. And the moderator is Ms. Emi Matsukawa, Market Lead of Japan CDP Worldwide Japan. Over to Matsukawa-san. Thank you. So this is the third session. The theme is concentrate the emerging power of non-state actors. In the two earlier sessions, we heard that efforts to decarbonize within the corporate world have become very active. There's progress made, although there are lots of challenges outstanding. But there's a problem for corporations. CDP that I belong to, that I work for, and representative from Digital Grid talked about this. According to last year's statistics, around the world, more than 23,000 companies are disclosing on renewables, and some of them are scored high. But And Japan has the largest number of such companies, meaning that Japan is a host to many leading companies in this area. But then some companies complain that their products are not selling all that well despite their efforts. And that's because of the level of awareness on the part of the consumer when it comes to climate change. Some consumers have yet to understand. And so that's going to be the topic. And we have invited very unique panelists. Well, after the two prominent sessions, what am I going to do? But I'm sure it will be helped by the panelists. So we will hear about the panelists' initiatives as well as the background one by one. So weather forecasts that we see every day, this is very close to our everyday lives. Weather forecasters as well. So a weather forecaster and newscaster came out with a statement, and one of the members who did that is Hiroko Ida. Hello, my name is Ida. I'm a weather forecaster. 41.1. What do you know what this number is about? 41.1. Yes, that is the record high temperature recorded in Japan, 41.1 degrees Celsius. Today in Fukuoka, the temperature was above 30 degrees Celsius, the latest. And in Tokyo on the 11th, again above 30 degrees Celsius. That's the latest date when such a high temperature was recorded. And temperature must be very close to our daily lives. Weather forecast as well. But do we talk about global warming or climate change within weather forecast programs? Have you ever heard of that? Not very often. That's the reality in this country. Well, weather forecasters, we are engaged in reporting on disasters, natural disasters, but we rarely mention what the root causes behind these natural disasters have been. So we made a statement. We called upon weather forecasters and newscasters who are on TV programs around the nation to make a statement saying that we should talk about increase our mentions about climate change and global warming in our weather forecast comments. And so we made that statement. Why that timing? We wanted to convey that message from before, but last year, the world as well as Japan experienced the hottest summer. And as a weather forecaster and as a parent of a child, I felt the crisis from the sweltering heat. And before this year's summer came, I thought that I needed to speak out. Otherwise, I would lose the opportunity. Well, media placement, media purchases are happening. So I had to be bold enough to decide that we have to make this statement before the summer comes this year. And we also did a questionnaire survey among the weather forecasters. And weather forecasters, more than 90% of them have felt a sense of crisis about climate change as they convey their forecasts. But only 60% have ever mentioned climate change in their programs where they deliver forecasts. And when it comes to weather forecasts, people say that forecasters feel that they don't have the expertise to talk about climate change, and sometimes they're limited in time. Well, and so forecasters talk about weather forecasts that it's going to rain tomorrow or it's going to be sunny tomorrow. But why is this happening? We didn't talk about it very much. But by mentioning it, we can share the sense of crisis. And we can also appeal to the media as well as directors to tell them that we need to talk about this. And that's why we came up with this statement. It's not easy to change the media, but gradually, in the summer this year, we increased the number of participation in study groups organized by Emoi-san, for example. And to children around the world, we would make visits to them to talk about climate change. And so we're starting to increase our activities outside of the media as well. Well, thank you very much. We're seeing lots of nodding heads within the audience. Well, we're helped by weather forecasts every day, but this causal relationship between weather and climate change, I do hope that people have more interest in the root cause behind the weather. Next, I would like to invite a doctor to speak. It's rare to have a doctor. Kei Yokota, Dr. Kei Yokota. Life is being threatened by heat strokes. Well, I personally felt the danger. Everyone else must have. With this sweltering heat, we must have felt that our life perhaps is in danger because of the heat. So it's close to our day-to-day life. Dr. Yokota launched Green Practice Japan, so he will talk about it, how it got started.
Thank you. So, health and climate change is the issue that I would like to dwell on. This summer, it was very hot. I think that many of you felt that you were not able to walk outside. As a doctor myself, a few years ago, this is a real story. In midnight, a person in the 30s have been sent to the hospital by ambulance, and that he was really perhaps losing his life. There were many who have lost their lives because of heat strokes, even this year as well. Because of the economic poverty problem, the air conditioning are not installed in many homes. So 80% of the deaths were because of no air conditioning. So the economic disparity is leading to deaths and the disparity of life or death. And the reason why we have launched the Green Practice Japan 2 years ago, we have 60 and 70 the doctors as well as the nurses and pharmacists being involved. As an issue, as was discussed in the first session, we need to raise awareness because the people in general does not really understand, but it is to do with life and death of yourself. That is what we would like to spread.
Thank you. Next to Ida-san is Mr. Takayuki Tsuji. I'm most excited to invite Mr. Tsuji. Don't set the bar too high, please. So, used to be the head of the branch of Patagonia. You are on behalf of J-League, Japanese Professional Football Association, in charge of sustainability. You used to be a soccer player, a football player. So soccer and climate change, how are the two related with each other? An important issue.
Thank you. As has been kindly introduced, my name is Tsuji. As Mr. Yokota, or Dr. Yokota mentioned, heat stroke has a lot of impact on football players, not J-League, but the Saitama Prefectural League, an amateur, after the game, had fallen down and passed away. This was really tragic. And you have the typhoons as well as the lightnings and so forth. And from 2015 onwards, let us say before 2018, the number of games that had to be suspended because of those weather events have increased by fivefold. So we have been late in starting, but in 2013, we have established the sustainability department. We have 5 staff, and we are trying to tackle with climate change issues. For the first year, we tried to do the backcasting and think about strategy. And football and climate change are closely related, but that is not understood by many people. So we wanted to make friends and fellows. Inside my company, we had drinks in bars with Mr. Emory being invited to have 20 minutes of presentation and then have a drink together and get together and become friends and try to expand our supporters for sustainability. We do have a more detailed roadmap, which is being published on our website. There are many details given. about 1,200 games per year, 60 clubs in 41 prefectures. About 87% of the total area of Japan, we are based on those local districts, so CO2 emission is very large. For the first year, of the 1,200 or so games, we have measured the scope 1, 2, 3. For the scope 2, the electricity with Uras Energy, Marubeni New Power, and the Nippon the new the power, we have been given non-fossil certificates, so not being making profits, but we would like to create a sustainable process to bring together the know-how and expertise. And we are introducing more renewables, but there are 60 football clubs and 365 days a year. We are active. The staffs will go to different regions and go abroad. But the scope 1, 2, 3, we have not yet been able to fully identify. For the GHG protocols and so forth, for football, scope 1, 2, 3, there are many supporters buy our uniforms, and you have the gourmet, the food sold on the stadium, and we have transportation that the players will move. And we have KPMG experts as consultants are helping us so that we are able to formulate the guidelines for scope 1, 2, 3 for football clubs. And from next year onwards, we would like to reduce our footprint. But as was made earlier, as for the citizens, the supporters and fans, they are consumers and citizens, we need to change their awareness and behaviors. So together, we need to move forward to change the perception. To say football industry and climate change are so closely related that we need to change ourselves. It's something we would like to spread as information this year and next year. And in 2026 or 2027, for disposable plastics should not be used, but we should use recyclable products in the stadium and in our daily lives. And in the football family, we would like to make this something taken for granted. And in the previous two sessions, the social mechanism was mentioned. J-League itself would like to contribute to the society. Well, disparity and the gaps, inequalities have been mentioned. Within the OECD, the Japanese individual disposable income is very low. 1 out of 7 are the carers of their parents or grandparents, and they are very poor. As Mr. Yokota has mentioned, those who are vulnerable, they are impacted. But when they are to engage in good things, they cannot really buy more expensive, eco-friendly products. And the solar the units for Odawara, for the corporate farms, for agribusinesses. If you are living in such a community that you would not have to contribute adversely to the environment is something we would like to want to see. If the public buses inside the community is CO2 free, then that would be good. We have football clubs, 60 of them nationwide, and we would like to create such societal system together with the local governments. So later, I would like to give you some examples of the actions for changing the awareness as well as changing the actions. Professor Emory has been invited, and we had 3 J-League managing directors, and we have those 3 the players introduced in on YouTube. And I would like to show you this 30 seconds. If you see this, the global warming is an anthropologic cause. Don't you want to know more? Yes, I would like to listen carefully. This is great, and it may double and go up. There are 5 times as a larger number of the games that need to be suspended. Every individual needs to have good awareness. Maybe footballs can no longer be played if it becomes too hot. I hope you would look at the website. About the 67,000 times they've been streamed. If you could add on to that. the children is important, but the parents need to take actions. And starting from this spring, there's another project that we have. With Ono Shinji, the football player, we have a Smile Football Tour. This is a soccer class. 128 primary school students have been divided into 2 groups. In about 70 minutes, Mr. Ono will educate and enjoy the soccer and football. And when he tried to explain what will be more important, your friends, your ball, or your shins, some say. But Mr. Ono would say climate is also important. Then we need to protect our forests. And what happens in the year 2100? What would be the weather like? And for children, how many years ahead? They can calculate instantly, 76 years from now. And they are still living. They will be in their 80s. So having such conversation is the program that we have. And what is important is the parents. With 128 children, you have hundreds and hundreds of parents. And people in their 30s and 40s and 50s are great fans of Mr. Ono. So they listen very carefully and attentively. We have 20 times every year. And in 3 years, we would like to have 60 of these seminars. So in 3 years, we will have thousands of people listening to the seminar, and I hope that they will also look at our website. So the awareness and actions need to be changed. Those who are willing and forthcoming, they will be able to do so. But for those people, it is hard to change. Learning may not really encourage them. But to a certain percentage in the fans and supporters, people will change. About 12 million supporters and fans come to our stadium every year. Or 5% or even 10% could change and try to promote renewables. Then it would be very positive. And the football clubs who lease the stadium from the local governments, they could have seminars at schools, and they can borrow the money from credit unions and banks. And they are also working with the non-profit organizations. So in collaboration, something as a mechanism in the community, in the society, in the 2030, we hope to do something which is different. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So lots of children love football. There are lots of other children who love baseball as well. In Koshien High School baseball match, because it was too hot, they had to have nighttime matches instead of daytime matches. I think the crisis is already here. And there may come a time where we may not be able to have baseball matches during the day, for example. It's not just a rumor, it's reality. And we have to convey that fact to the general public, which is important. Next, from a climate scientist point of view, you were among the authors for the 5th and 6th IPCC report. Emori-san, please.
Thank you, and good afternoon. This is Emori. I am a presenter of climate change in the television programs. I try to speak in plain. I have appeared on the close-up Gendai with Kuniya's program. I have also participated in the debate up until the early morning. And this evening, I will be talking about climate change in ABEMA Live. Now, I am involved in a climate science, but not really involved right now. What I do is to give explanations. But through my experience of communicating about climate change, and those citizens who are in the audience, what are their impressions and what are their understanding of climate change? So let me introduce to you how they respond to my explanations. More recently, when I give lectures on climate change, those who are keenly interested, and they know a lot about climate change, but if it is just a training seminar for companies, they don't know that much about climate change. And there are many questions. And when I ask, are you concerned about climate change? Majority do raise their hand and indicate that they are worried. But in the social survey, for example, the Cabinet Office Japan survey last year says in Japan, 80% to 90% of the public say that they are concerned or they are interested in climate change to a certain degree. So they are more interested with climate change because it is too hot, as well as such heavy rain. And what is salient more recently is when I ask the next question, do you think that we can stop climate change? And to this question, only a few hands go up. Basically, they don't raise their hand. But climate change must be stopped. But the Japanese think that we cannot really stop climate change. The majority of Japanese people think as such. That is because it's very hot and people talk about climate change. Yes, the public do understand that this is a difficult issue, but they really do not have a clear understanding if they're not that keenly interested. That's the casual interest. And climate change is happening not only in Japan, but it's hot everywhere in the world. And it is anthropologic activities which are the cause of this climate change. And the world over is trying to stop climate change. And basically, that the world is trying to collaborate, and we are moving forward to try to stop the climate change. And Japan is also committed to this, is what I explained to them. So everyone is committed. Then climate change can be stopped. Unless we can stop, then last year and this year's heat will get worse and worse, and heavy rain will become worse and worse. But I think the percentage of the Japanese people who understand to this degree is very low. So people complain that it is too hot, but that's it. Why is it that the Japanese people are different from the other countries? Well, I have only a preliminary theory. Now, often people think that in Japan there are so many disasters, earthquakes and so forth. Earthquakes nothing to do with climate change, but people tend to docilely accept what happens. It is just like Oriental philosophy that disasters are something that we cannot help. And the so-called soul lost decades and low economic growth seems to be persisting, and Japanese have lost confidence. And we have no latitude and leeway thinking other than to do with the economy. But I do not really understand why the reason, but because Japan is an island country, this is different from English-speaking countries. And the refugees don't flood Japan either. So Japanese people do not take it that seriously. But be it the forecaster, or be it doctors, or be it the sports and athletes, I hope that you would raise your voice so that you will be listened by the Japanese people so that we can bring change.
Thank you very much. There are a few journalists among the audience, Kuniya-san included. The media is also having difficulty talking about this, conveying the message about the importance of climate change. And we want to do more so that the general public would understand better about climate change. There seems to be some resistance. What J-League is doing is they're using their heroes to convey the message. And I think that is one approach. It could be a tool to convey the message. So between the panelists, would you like to discuss what kind of potential collaboration that you may be able to have amongst yourselves? Or if you have questions of each other, please do so. It would be nice if collaboration could happen. Ida-san, you are a football fan, you have a child, and I'm sure you're interested in health, diseases. I used to be a fan of soccer player Ono when I was a high school student. He belongs to the same generation. So back then, football players talking about climate change with a panel behind them, that never happened. And so much progress has been made. Before becoming a forecaster, I used to work for a pharmaceutical company. So because of my prior job, I'm also interested in health. So we made a statement on behalf of weather forecasters. I felt that this is really important. Sports, health, working with different roles or industries, talking about something. We've never done that. But from the sports industry, from pharmaceutical industry, they all supported our move. And I had a chance to go to a stadium in Osaka before the game got started with a kickoff. Well, I was talking about weather to children in the audience, so children would hear about weather and then enjoy the game. And I talked about the stadium being powered by renewables, which is something that I came to know when I went there. Stadium could be a place for people to gather in a disaster. Beer containers use renewable materials. So in sports industry, they're having lots of initiatives against climate change and for renewables. And using the media, I was able to talk about that, which was great. And in a lecture that I attended, delivered by doctors, well, heat stroke is now the primary concern, but it could lead to other infectious diseases that could increase. And if we can get input from the medical and healthcare industry, we can relay that message. And so through such collaborations, I do hope that media message will increase. Yes, to convey the message, the power of media or mega sports like soccer could play a role. So from a doctor's perspective, if you'd like to say further.
Thank you. As Ms. Ida has said, heat stroke is easy to understand, so it is often being conveyed. But there are other health effects. The infectious diseases which were not seen in the past in Japan, like dengue fever, or some tropical infectious diseases, which is new and emerging infectious diseases, are spreading in Japan as well. Because their ecosystems are moving north and north. So the mosquitoes are the vectors of a virus and so forth. And also we have aphids being the vectors of different diseases, FSTS. And there are aphids-based very dangerous diseases. And that is because of climate change. And what is not often reported in the news is air pollution. Fossil fuels, through global warming, would endanger the human lives. But burning fossil fuels will cause air pollution and the lung and the heart diseases. 5 million or 8 million each year, because of fossil fuels, are losing their lives because of air pollution. I'm not trying to compare, but compared to the focus on the COVID pandemic, air pollution is not being focused that much. But we need to share the information with citizens. So we need to move away from fossil fuels and change to renewables in order to protect our health, protect our lives. This is something that I would like to transmit as a message. But I'm too busy. I'm working at the hospital day and night. So I cannot really do that. But people like Ms. Ida can spread the news and information.
We can have a collaboration amongst ourselves. And before a soccer game is kicked off, we can talk about this to children watching the game and their parents as well. Hope we can do that. So, Emori-san, anything that you would like to say? Listening to what Yokota-san just said, I'm starting to think that doctors can convey messages more directly. For the patient, a doctor is someone that the patient would trust and have confidence in. So doctors have a lot of power to influence. So during physical examination, doctors talking about climate change, perhaps that may be difficult. But for example, have a poster up on the hospital walls about climate change. So sending a message from the health industry. Any ideas? Well, thank you. As you said, we get in touch with patients in a hospital, and I do hope that we can deliver some message within our hospital group. We're putting up posters about climate change in the waiting room for patients, and more recently, Japan Zero Carbon Welfare Council, a new organization was born. So in the nursing care industry, a move was launched to achieve net zero. Hakuhokai Hospital Group is now starting to introduce renewable initiatives. So we want to share that more. That's what we're trying to do in the health industry. Japan Primary Care Federation, a society that I belong to, so GPs Association, and in the academic society that it held for the first time, it issued a declaration about climate change. So we have to let the people know to understand it and to be prepared to protect the lives of people. So these are the three things that we're engaging in. Thank you. Wonderful.
So I hope that those kind of activities, so for those doctors who are practicing in towns, the families that will go to the doctors several times a year, and the family members may know about the doctors. To start there is something important. But when we talk of healthcare or long-term nursing care, we never thought that that would be linked to climate change issue. But then in the healthcare or long-term nursing care, is there something we can do to help the decarbonization? Thank you for the question. As you say, healthcare and medicine is for saving lives. So CO2 emission cannot be really helped, and nobody would criticize. There are some in the medical industry who think as such, but that is not true. The NHS in the United Kingdom, in this group, in 2040, net zero has been declared. So it is not that medical industry cannot do anything, that you need to commit yourself. Now, as for the citizens in general, so in hospitals as well as health clinics, it will be medicine and drugs and pharmaceuticals who are the source of the CO2 emission. And you have so many drugs and medicine being prescribed, but you could communicate to the doctors and pharmacists that they are not really taking them. They are being accumulated in the cabinets. Now, more than medicine, the exercise and diet seems to be more effective. So perhaps we can partner with J-League, be it cancer or be it heart disease, we can reduce. And then medical needs and requirements will be reduced. As for food, the beef has a lot of methane gas emissions, not good, and also be a source of cancer as well as heart disease. So maybe you should change over to plant-based food like soybeans, and that may be more friendly to the earth. So perhaps for the outpatients, I do tell them, and if you can share with the citizens.
You would oftentimes get a prescription of a week's drugs, but then you're cured in 3 days and you end up with a surplus of drugs. So perhaps we should stop that the next time we go to hospital. Maintaining health requires exercise. You talked about exercise. Tsuji-san, if people can't play soccer, football, it would be a problem, but can you collaborate with doctors? In terms of playing or not being able to play soccer, in 2019, I retired from Patagonia, and I started to support a variety of different companies. In 2022, I came to be involved with J-League, and it seems that the negative impact from not being able to play sports is becoming larger. So Ono-san would go to teach children how to play soccer. One child said that they can't play. And for junior leagues, they often use artificial pitch. And it could be very, very hot, 70 degrees Celsius. So they would have burns on their feet because the pitch made of artificial grass is too hot. And listening to Yokota-san, what I thought is, of course, football players, they have to perform, but at DNA, a baseball game, a pitcher became sick because of heat stroke, and he sort of broke down. Never heard of it when I was a child. So professional baseball players, 3 of them have had to stop playing in the middle of the game. So players are exposed to danger. Fans as well as supporters who come to the stadium to watch a game also get sick. We're trying to visualize the data. So starting this season, we're starting to collect statistics, data as to how many are falling sick because of the heat. Well, so CO2 emission reduction, increasing renewables to counter climate change. We have to do that, but then, of course, we also have to save lives of people right before us. And professional players take time to drink water. Well, 45 minutes, they continue playing the game, but after that, they're going to have this water intake time, as well as the judges, not just the players, but the judges. So we have to have the knowledge to be able to adapt to changing weather. Well, Doctor, you're at Okayama. We have Fuzzy Okayama. We have a local team there. And so when they're having a match, perhaps we can invite you to talk about how to prevent heat strokes and let the audience know about climate change. I think we can do that locally.
Thank you. So I was listening to the discussion amongst the panelists about one before the last comment for JCI. We are making recommendations to the policymakers. As non-state actors, we have had a major objective of trying to raise our voice, not only the individuals, but how about the government policymakers? From your area of specialty, if you have anything that you would like to raise, perhaps starting with Dr. Yokota. First and foremost, 1.5 degrees Celsius target. We need to focus on this. And in addition to that, for example, talking about fossil fuels, the burning of fossil fuels have been causing health injuries because of air pollution. What green transformation are being promoting? Ammonia, the coal-firing, but the PM 2.5 may increase because of that. So trying to save and protect human lives, so this is something adverse to this. So for renewables to be tripled, that should be the top message. And in addition to that, for the healthcare industry, the national government have not come up with a net zero target for the medical industry, but follow the example of United Kingdom. The government should suggest this. And perhaps the fees for the examination could be raised, or the category could be newly introduced. For WHO has an alliance, and in 2024 May, Japan has joined this alliance, and I hope that specific targets will be formulated, meaning that as a competent the ministry, it will be Ministry of Health, Labor and Welfare. Yes, the Ministry of Health, Labor and Welfare. The name of the alliance is attached, and the Ministry of Health, Labor and Welfare has joined, and there are 85 states in the world who have joined this alliance. But I hope that the other ministries and agencies will also join.
METI, MOE, MLIT, MAF, JFSA, they're talking about GX. I'm not sure if GX is the right term, but they're starting to collaborate. But MHLW, we haven't heard the name of the ministry very often. Well, thank you for pointing that out. That's important. The problem with Japan is that things are vertically organized. Each ministry is engaging in its own initiatives, but they're not collaborating across a ministry. But overseas, they have a cross-ministerial agency. So we do have MOE, but METI seems to be more powerful. Oh, sorry for saying that. That was nice. Well, in the strategic energy plan, from the environmental point of view, energy point of view, or from health point of view, what would be the current status? The plan would not discuss, but everything is connected, energy, environment, and health. So I think we need a framework that goes cross-ministerial. Thank you very much. A round of applause to what he said, please.
Now, this is something that you would be influenced, all of us would be influenced. So, as Mr. Inoka has said, government or administration should change to perhaps a different political party. In the general election, people should be more interested, so people will be able to reflect their position. So, Ida-san, about policy making, it is very difficult. But disaster reporting, when disaster happens, it is very urgent. So for NHK, everyone would report, including the commercial televisions. But during the emergency, you cannot really link to the climate change. But after the fact, perhaps climate change should be reported, that it is linked, and we have societal issues. What is at the bottom is the climate change and poverty, the food security, and the energy issues do happen because of that. So we should try to report linking to climate change, and that should be encouraged. But the media as a whole to be changed, even though we have come up with our declaration, I do understand it is very difficult. But as we have been raising our voice, the directors and producers of the news programs contact us. Some radio programs have changed. So every day they had to have a report on the climate change. This is the J8. And because we have come up with our declaration, and more recently, scientific verification, event attribution, can be done immediately, that certain events, based upon scientific grounds, could be elucidated, that is exactly the cause of what is happening on the weather front. So from meteorological information, perhaps we can gradually change the media.
So that J-Wave program talking about climate change, what time is it? In the evening. Or look up for it and listen to the radio program. I'm sure there are lots of radio listeners among the audience and among the general public. So if you can get knowledge about climate change naturally from radio programs, that's one way to disseminate information. Ida-san, another point. As a parent having a child or children, so what about the awareness on the part of children? Earlier, we heard about youth, but small children, young children, it may be difficult for them to study on their own about climate change. Is there anything that we can do to raise their awareness? Well, I think there's pretty much advanced education about climate change, and Tsuji-san earlier said that we have to change the mindset on the part of the parents. I have a 4-year-old and 6-year-old, and my 4-year-old mentioned the word climate change. 4 Chinese characters and global warming. The 4-year-old mentioned that the 4-year-old had a fever before that, so perhaps My child didn't understand, but I just asked the child what it meant. It's about warming of the earth. I think I read picture books, children's books, and talked about global warming in those books. But they have the capacity to absorb new knowledge through books and something else. So when they're exposed to something new, they have a vast capacity to absorb and convey that to others. So looking at children, I seriously think that we have to educate the parents. So talking about this to children by doctors, the media, and other parties, that's important. Well, so a 4-year-old talking about global warming, that's amazing. So that's the upcoming generation. So the parents who have the power to influence, I think we have to do more. Tsuji-san, next, please.
Thank you. What Ms. Ida mentioned just now, I fully agreed. So, Mr. Ono, the football athlete, we now have 10 times of those seminars on a nationwide basis. We were speaking one-sidedly at the beginning, but then the children were very actively and asked so many questions, even from the primary school first grade pupils. They are so forthcoming. And Mr. Ono was always had the sunny the weather, but for the first time in Fukuoka, it was rain. But then he explained when the rain happens and when the typhoon happens, and it is climate change. And the child stood up and said, when the rain falls, the steam could be generated, and then it will multiply the rain. Child should not be that thinking about difficult questions. It is sad that children have to also think about these things. They should be more simplistic, but we need to tell them and inform them. Now, about policy making, to utilize our J-League, how can we contribute to the problem solving? And that is my responsibility. Through policy recommendations, what the politicians or the parliamentarians will accept, it has to be convincing, and not just for the left brain, but the people around you should also agree. And the politicians think that in order to be popular, politicians must accept. To try to tell them that the businesses agree with us and citizens agree with us, the politicians and the business and the citizens, this is a triad. Even though we come up with good products, if there is no consumer, that is not good for the business. But if a carbon credit could be added for low carbon products, when the government comes up with incentives, then we could do something. Since we have 60 football clubs, so with each club, for city of Odawara, only 180,000 smaller cities, and money is flowing out, trying to revitalize the local economy. And we can try to persuade the local politicians and also tell them that the carbon footprint can also be reduced. And in the soccer stadium, they are quite far away from the train stations. And in the local communities, they drive cars often. But if biofuel gases are running and the citizens ride those buses, then a free of charge craft beer can be added from the businesses. Then people will be willing and happy to ride. But for J-League football clubs, we don't have our own stadiums. We lease from the local communities. And just for 20 days a year, the local governments can not come up with such subsidies. But for the other days, then such buses could be used for the disabled or for the senior citizens. But in any case, local businesses need to collaborate and support such moves. So indirectly, small cases could be built. And
And if we can do that with all 60 clubs, then it could be persuasive. In terms of solar power, meet the Holy Hawk. There's a team in Ibaraki Prefecture who's having collaboration with JA Ibaraki to cultivate onions and so forth, and they're going to have a solar sharing project next year. And a club in Totori Prefecture, they are growing grass for the soccer pitch, and they're selling it to stadiums and schoolyards. And they do it without pesticides, agrochemicals. So we're doing more of that. If we can come up with a mechanism, well, what J-League can do is limited, but I think we can be taken up by the media. The project size may not be very large, but media exposure could be large. So leveraging such impact, create specific examples in localities, and not just us, but doctors and casters. If we can involve other people for the policy proposal, as well as youth, then I think we can take it from there. In 3 years' time, 4 years' time, I would like to hammer out the specifics. Well, I'm sure lots of people would love to support such an idea. I have my colleagues, 5 staff members. Raise your hand. I think there are 2 or so who are responsible for getting corporate partners, and they have brought 100 copies of their business cards, distribute that during the party. And Mori-san, summary, and then we would like to move on to the video.
Thank you. From my part, not the policy per se, but what should be goal of our communication is something that we need to think about. For the newscasters, they are communicating to the audience, and for football, the clubs, they are reaching to the fans and supporters, and doctors are also reaching out to their patients. And how can we try to bring a change for citizens? This is something that we can think about. What I have always been thinking is the goal should be accepted by the majority of the public, that climate change is something very dangerous, and little by little of citizens to change their behavior. That is not really the goal. There are so many diverse views in the society. I don't think everyone would be interested in climate change. To a certain percentage, there are many who would oppose climate change issue. And to be eco-friendly, and you have my bottles and my bags, and trying to be friendly to the environment, global warming cannot be stopped. And we were talking about policy making, but citizens to support positive policies, and that should be the clear-cut goal. And if we are to do that, people have to actively support certain policies, but that may be rather difficult. And realistically speaking, it may be time-consuming. But strong supporters would be just a few. But those few people can raise their voice, and then the policy could change. If that is created with a policy to be changed, those people who were not interested up until then should, by and by, gradually take for granted that they should be eco-friendlier. But the image may be rather difficult to have in your mind. But I would like to think about positive example. Mr. Oyama in the last session was talking about there has been a revision bill in the Diet for the Energy Saving Building Act. Those of you who may know that it was postponed, and people thought that it would die in the debate, but then the citizens, those who were interested, have made its autograph campaign to ask for the bill to be passed in the parliament. And at last, the bill has been passed and been legislated. But the target level may be too low still. But rather than the bill not been legislated, it is better to have the law enacted. When citizens take actions, to a certain extent, politicians would take interest. And the people who are not really interested can also take a little bit more of an interest. So that is our goal in engaging in communication.
So if we can create a net zero society or net zero community, everyone can do decarbonization. So we should aim at that. So we have a video message from a star J-League player. So if we could please move on to that.
So this will be the last. Those of you in the audience, good afternoon. This is Kengo Nakamura, co-opted member of the Executive Committee of Japan Professional Football League for the climate change. When I was from 2003 to 2024, I was an active athlete in the club. But every year during the summertime, it was very difficult to be engaged in game. Why difficult? Of course, you have to run continuously for 45 minutes. And the intensity and the volume of your bodily action is too intense. And that is very, very hard if it is too hot. And during the morning or during the lunchtime, sometimes the practices could lead to injury. That happened to me as well. Now I am being instructors of football. And the summer, we cannot ask children to join in the classrooms or the soccer classrooms. We need to have safe and secure environment. But summertime is no longer that appropriate. So it is too dangerous. And we athletes feel this acutely, and I hope that improvement could be seen. I hope that we can work closely, and with J-League leading the way, with Mr. Tsuji, and all of you supporting us, I hope that we can move forward together. This is an issue that everyone needs to get together so that we can see solution. Thank you.
So everyone becoming one to work on this. Well, that is the concluding phrase. I think there are close to 500 people in the audience. The number of participants online is 1,000. So let's start taking action from tomorrow. Reduce the amount of drugs you consume, for example, and have more interest in climate change and global warming. Everyone, thank you very much for the wonderful comments. Members of the panel, thank you very much. Please return to your seats. So it's about consolidating the power of non-state actors. That was what we were able to see. So from stories on the ground to ideas for collaboration, it was very positive. Thank you very much. So with that, we have concluded all the panel sessions. Before we conclude, co-representative of JCI, Kato Shigeo, will deliver concluding remarks. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for being with us for so many hours. So JAX 2024, Japan Action. Japan Climate Action Summit. The 7th Strategic Energy Plan to determine the pathway for Japan is being discussed at Kasumigaseki, the government agencies and ministries. Taking this opportunity, we heard about various insights and perspectives of non-state actors, how policies should be made. And the most major key is how to increase the use of renewables. How can we increase awareness and sense of crisis on the part of each individual? We talked about all of that today. How did you find the symposium? I think the substance of today's symposium was excellent, inclusive of global leaders. Distinguished speakers and panelists spoke eloquently. So once again, let's have a big round of applause to the speakers as well as to the panelists who spoke today. So within this limited time, I cannot just provide a summary of what was discussed today. It's nearly not enough. So Ms. Arapadarai, COP29 high-level champion, I met with her in New York. Her message was that she gave encouraging message for Japan. And I'm sure there are lots of those in the audience who represent SMEs, involving SMEs, and creating impact, as was mentioned by Hikima-san today. So impact makers, that was the phrase that she used, leaders who can create impact. She said that she has high expectations for Japan to have such impact leaders. Among JCI members, about 80 people are going to travel to Baku, Azerbaijan, to participate in COP29. So to understand the latest trends in the world and to explore potential for collaboration, those will be the purpose. And so 80 members of us will travel to Azerbaijan, and we're looking forward to meeting with Ms. Arpadarai as well. And advisor to the U.S. President, Mr. Podesta, he talked about Inflation Reduction Act, the various benefits and the achievements of IRA. He confidently delivered what the benefits have been, and Japan's action could follow what the U.S. has done. He has talked about various models that were successful in the U.S. And Ambassador Paquet talked almost something similar. In Europe, they've implemented various policies, very clear policy targets, as well as systems and acts, regulations, investments to support that, as well as participation by citizens. So many different frameworks combining together, underpinning the powerful pledge. So 90% reduction by 2040 to raise NDCs. They're moving toward that, he said. It's a very courageous effort that Japan can follow as an example. And it was almost like a pep talk for our country. And Mr. Hart, Special Advisor to the UN Secretary General, talked about what expectations the UN has toward various countries. For Japan in particular, he said that Japan should act as a leader in submitting the next NDC to COP to make Japan's NDC consistent with 1.5 degrees target, so tripling renewables and doubling energy efficiency, breaking away from fossil fuel. COP agreement, G7 agreement should be reflected in Japan's NDC. And for Japan to become a model for the rest of the world, he expressed such aspirations, which were wonderful. So within the Japanese government, a basic policy subcommittee is discussing policies, but listening to the discussions, I felt a sense of crisis. What's going to happen to Japan's future? I'm sure a lot of people felt, but the messages that were expressed today to review the messages that we heard today, we feel that Japan is not bad at all. If we work hard, we can become a model for the rest of the world. And I think convictions and beliefs about that were expressed today. Call to action, what step are we going to take next? Well, we heard so much advice and guidance from so many people today. So not just JCI, but those of you gathered here and those of you participating via online remotely, and those who may not have anything to do with JCI as well. So people from various sectors, various fields, to understand the crisis and think hard as to what action to take next. Let us all work together to think about that. Let's appeal to the Japanese government, inform them as to what we need to do. So ambitious goals in line with the 1.5-degree target. Such a policy should be made, and based on that, we should all be taking actions. So all of us to make that pledge. In a study group meeting that I had with corporations the other day, members who were responsible for sustainability at our member companies at JCI, they had tears in their eyes. They're taking so many different actions, and yet their CEOs would tell them, what else do we need to do? We're adhering to Japanese law. What more do we need to do? Their CEOs told them. So he came from a company that had a very high level of pledge, and yet he got discouraging remarks from his CEO. So we have to be more ambitious. We have to raise awareness. We have to do better in terms of legislation and other aspects. So let us work harder together. Let's work together for that, for a higher level of ambition. We're going to conclude the summit, but reception is to follow. So once again, let us refresh our determination. Let us strengthen our resolve. And in the reception to follow, there will be lots of surprises for you to enjoy. So have high hopes and expectations. Please come to the reception too. Thank you once again for your participation today. So those were the closing remarks from co-representative Kato. I would like the speakers and panelists to move to the reception room first. Once again, thank you very much for the heated, very active discussions. If we could ask the speakers and panelists to move to the reception room first, and members of the audience, please send them off first. So may we ask the panelist speakers to move to the reception area first. Following this, we're going to have a reception, networking reception. In the adjacent room, beyond the screens, we're going to have a reception. And the presentation materials as well as videos will be posted on JCI's website at a later date. We have a questionnaire survey for the participants. You can you can scan the QR code to access the survey. We will be sending the survey to participants as well. So please kindly respond to the questionnaire for feedbacks for future programs. Those of you who were participating via online, goodbye to you first. Thank you very much, everyone, for being with us for so many hours. So those of you who can participate in the reception, networking reception, if you could please move to the adjacent room beyond the screens, we will be having a reception. Thank you. This is the end of the interpretation service. Thank you.